Mr. Llama talks with Chris Wilson about Diablo 2. Would I actually watch this? Watch Mason Dota. I don't know if that's worth watching. I'm gonna give this an attempt to watch. I haven't watched it. But if it's too painful, then I'm not gonna watch it.
What's up, YouTube? Mr. Legacy here, and today I am joined by one of the creators of Path of Exile, Chris Wilson, who has been super.
I'm not watching this whole thing. It's 2 hours.
Involved in the ARPG scene here for 20 plus years. I guess he started in 2003 developing Path of Exile. Is that right?
That's when we started coming up with ideas, but it was 2006 that we started actually getting code written.
Yeah. So okay. I mean, the idea phase still counts in my books. But of course, even prior to that, he has been involved in video games and ARPGs, and specifically Diablo 2. And as you guys all know with me, I am a Diablo 2 content creator, have been for 11 years now, and have been playing Diablo 2 since the release. And that's kind of what we want to talk about today. We just want to sit down and talk about Diablo 2 since the release, all the pieces
this is like
through,
mega batch
and
test,
a lot of that, I think, in the way of the game design, pieces of Diablo 2 that have been super fascinating or impactful in our minds, and then kind of how that has changed over time as well. I think there's a lot of really interesting pieces from the different eras of Diablo 2 that have given me, at least, a lot of insight into game design, and I believe for you as well. I mean, I think a lot of PoE's initial base came from Diablo 2 in some of your mindset there and some of the ideas, and then went on from there.
Yeah, the question of like which version of Diablo 2 is best or most fun is such a tricky one. Like, people ask me this all the time, and
I hope he says the one before like Enigma rune words. That's like, he's true if he says that, which would be like 1.10 probably, or 1.09 I believe. 1.09, 1.01 I think. 1.1.
There's so many pros and cons to all the different versions. It's such, just for a game that hasn't changed very much, it has changed a lot, if you see what I mean.
Yes. It's a game where when you compare it to many modern games nowadays, I mean, how many leagues has Path of Exile had? 40 something leagues?
Yeah, 40 plus, yeah.
40 plus leagues. The change from beta, from early stage to now is insane, right? Diablo 2 hasn't had that. But
in a way, this is a very good thing, because, like, okay, so you've got a spectrum, right? On one end, you've got a game that they put in a box and they release it, and it's still the same 25 years later. And with that kind of game, you can get mastery of it, you can play it as a kid and come back and still play the same builds, have the same fun. You feel like you're coming back home. Whereas with a live service game like, you know, Path of Exile or whatever, because people are playing it, like no-lifing it and playing all the time, you've got to release new content. And that's the exciting part for them. The fact the game is changing, they get to go along for the ride. But if you're a person who plays only every few years, the game feels very alien to you. Like, I get this with Magic the Gathering, for example. Whenever I reapproach that game, there's 10,000 new cards that I don't understand, and it actually feels unapproachable. And so it's so tricky when you're designing a game to work out, like, how much should this change over time?
Yeah, and it's funny you bring up Magic the Gathering, because they've also accelerated that pace. The amount of sets that they release now compared to 3 years ago, compared to 9 years ago, it's just like ramping up. And I'm the same way. I love to go on and like play Arena or just jump in and play some. And every time I come in, I'm like, there's 50 new mechanics now. Like, everything is just, I'm like, what? I got to read and relearn everything. And it's crazy. And I actually want to get your take on this, because for me, that live service element actually, I feel, ends up being a detriment. And I find myself enjoying games that don't have that more than games that do. There's oftentimes, I feel that those games ramp into a good spot, and then because there's the need to continue making content, they kind of go over the hill with it and start to actually go down in quality. And I've felt this with Magic. I've felt this with Fortnite. I felt this with PoE, and just kind of other games where I feel like they really just go too far. Dota did it for me as well, Dota 2. And so I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
as a developer of Path of Exile, that's a business that's entirely structured around being a live service, right? Like if at any point, the developers said, we need to substantially slow down the amount of content we're releasing, it somewhat kills the business, right? There's a need. There's a need to keep things going and an expectation, right? Once you've built a game on doing that, you kind of have to keep doing it. And sometimes you release banger expansions, sometimes less good ones. Things accumulate. It's a gardening task to keep a game, with the right crops in it, as it were. You have to pull the weeds out occasionally and get rid of some content. And this is a tricky question of, that spectrum we just spoke about of like, do you keep the game as it is or do you evolve it over time? And what I'm interested in is this concept of online, but not a live service. Like the idea is, there are live servers, you are running them. There is a game that people are playing with secure servers and so on for all the benefits that brings, and you're spending time weeding out bots and so on, but not necessarily changing the base game much. I think this is a really interesting space because a lot of developers assume that when you're running online service, you have to run a live service with the monetization that comes with that in order to keep the servers up. But you could be smart about it. And a great example is look at classic Diablo 2 or even something like Guild Wars 1. It's still running 22 years after it came out. They're not making any money from that, but it doesn't cost them that much to keep the servers on. And it's a testament to the fact that D2R was worth developing, knowing that they're not going to juice you for microtransactions for years to come.
I think it's again, there's part of it is the expectation, like you say. PoE was built with the expectation of constantly creating these new leagues, and it's done very well in that live service space. While it's not my cup of tea exactly, I recognize for all of the people that play it how much they love every 3 months that new content, that new league, the big hit with all that, coming back into it, playing it. I recognize the value that it brings, so I don't want people to think that we're just like, oh yeah. But
yeah, it's important there are games for everyone, right? Some people want that. But, it's one of those things where as you get older and you get a family and you only get sparse amounts of gaming time, like this is an embarrassing thing to say. But last year I had some gaming goals, and my gaming goals included playing through the Diablo 4 campaign and various other things. And I managed to achieve playing through the Diablo 4 campaign. It took me the year, and it's like 16 hours, right? Like, that's how little gaming time I get outside my obligations, right? Like, and so it's the kind of thing where if that was, I mean, it is a live service, and I did have to struggle with the fact that there were seasons being released and all that kind of stuff, but I kind of had to ignore that side of the game entirely, like pretend nothing else is going on and focus on just what was the campaign they made and what do I think about it, in that analysis. So some people without much gaming time do benefit from games that don't change a lot. But on the other hand, if you're a streamer or a person who is lucky enough to have a lot of gaming in their life, it's amazing to have a game that's changing every week. That's like the best thing. It's someone feeding you new content constantly.
Yeah, that's true. It does definitely help with that. Whereas I've made all of the Diablo 2 content twice over at this point,
I still enjoy watching it.
I appreciate it. But, I recognize sometimes I'm like, there's not new I don't have anything new for you guys. I'm just going to provide some crazy new build. Here's an Arctic Blast Druid through hell. Like, there you go. We'll do wild things.
I think the Diablo 2 players appreciate this though, because they like the game for what it is.
Right. I think if you're watching a Diablo 2 stream, then you're like, yeah, we know that it's not new stuff coming.
Yeah, it is actually interesting talking about live service with regard to Diablo 2 specifically, because they have brought new content in D2R. Like Mosaic is a good example, right? And that was a case of them saying, hey, here's a new rune to play with, and it changed the game massively. And I would say Mosaic is a bit of a fail for reasons that are obvious. And now there's the difficult question of, do they take it out or leave it in? And that's a hard problem for them to solve, because while, it may seem obvious to us that maybe that one needs a bit of tweaks, people will be upset. Like, there's people who just enjoy getting in there and smashing stuff. And that's exactly the live service problem, is you make a mistake, and then what do you do about that mistake? Because people are going to be angry either way.
Yeah. And there's a couple pieces with this I want to talk about. One being, they have said that they are going to make changes to Mosaic in the future. That was
4 years ago
said by Matthew Cedarquist over when he was in China, and they were doing the China release. We haven't heard anything else from that, but we at least know that something will be changed with it. I would laugh if he made it more powerful. He was like, we're actually buffing it, but he said that changes are being made. But the second point being, it's kind of funny how often, when I was going through and just like remembering all of the Diablo 2 patches and looking through patch notes and stuff, it's funny how often they reverted back and forth between changes that they made. And part of that might be because people were unhappy. Part of that might be because it just ended up being a worse scenario when they did remove it. But like at the start, you could gamble uniques and sets. Then you couldn't gamble uniques and sets. Now you can gamble uniques and sets. Static field used to not be affected by like conviction, and lower res used to not affect immunes. Blessed hammer and concentration worked together at the start. Then it didn't work together. Then they brought it back to work together. Monster stats got like buffed and nerfed, and then buffed again and nerfed again. Gold sharing was removed at one point and then brought back. There's just like the list is endless. And this kind of brings me to a question to you of how do you decide when we've made a mistake and we own it and we're bringing it back? And you know, because just looking at Diablo 2, that happened so many times, and I'm sure in Path of Exile that happened many times as well. So, you know, what do you feel like is that point in your mind when you're designing and you go, oh, I got to change it back?
Every change you can make is a tool that you can use to improve the game, and there should be no hubris of like not, you know, having pride and not wanting to go back on something. It's okay to revert things, like, you know, obviously in PoE it happens all the time, and it takes discipline, right? Like it takes good communication. There's a whole art to making sure that the players understand the reasoning. They're not going to be happy with it necessarily, but understanding they trust there's a process there. You know, it touches on that economic integrity video I did. Basically, you want players to understand that you're trying to make things fair. And you know, there's aspects to this, like, you know, trying to deal with problems quickly is a good thing to do. If you leave a problem on the realm too long, of course, it creates expectations. There's a lot of difficult decisions, and I respect the Blizzard team for the decisions that they made with Diablo 2's evolution. I think there's some generally smart things there. I also had a look through the various patches to see the texture of the game. It is really interesting to see, like, each of the patches has kind of a direction to it of what they're trying to do. Like, if you look at 1.13 in particular, that was the one that made High Runes drop vastly more. It removed Iron Maiden from Oblivion Knights, like no more as the Chaos Sanctuary, bad for barbs, and added respecs, right? All three things are kind of like a dumbing down of the game to some extent, and you know, arguably for good reasons. But it's interesting to see the particular goal of that patch appear to be accessibility.
Yeah, and it's funny when you say it as like dumbing down, because the high rune rates are still in such a like hard to get, like, you know, like, but they were terrible before that. They were so impossible to get whatsoever. It's hysterical.
It is interesting because my biggest criticism of LOD, right? If you say to me, what do you think of LOD? I'll go on a rant about high-end rune words, right? Like the 1.10 rune words, insanity. Like, you know, let's say you have an armor with teleport. We start adding drawbacks at that stage, right? We don't add +2 skills and silly stuff on top, and magic find and so on.
Strength.
So given that these rune words are so overpowered, I'd go on some rant about how it's terrible they dropped this into the game. But if we look at the ecosystem they were intended for, which is insane high rune drop rates, like old high rune drop rates, ideally without duping, then these things never exist. They're basically grail items. Like the ability to assemble a Breath of the Dying, we're putting in the impossible category. Like almost everyone would never see one. Now, of course, in a situation with duping, they became accessible, and that's how most people saw them online. And so the broken version of D2 with easy access to all of these crazy high-end rune words was because of duping, which wasn't a thing they intended to have in the design. So therefore, the design is actually a bit better than I had given it credit for. Now, of course, when they make high runes a lot more common, so that I understand they're still hard to make, but you know, it's achievable to put together an Enigma in a season. I've seen Cooley do this, you know. It's achievable to like build up to it, and the item's still very powerful, and therefore it has a very large impact on the game, larger than initially designed.
Yeah, I think that's a really fantastic point that you brought with 1.0 and the initial rune drop chances. I never really considered it in that regard. I've always thought, because it's still, the high rune drops are still high right now, and the biggest issues were duping and botting that just made the high runes become so accessible that everybody had them. And, you know, by day 2, day 3, you have your Enigma, you have your Hodo, you have your, you know, any of the, if you want your Breath of the Dying, you have that. Like, you have all these things super fast. And when they really do have, if you remove all of that and you go back to those old rune drop rates, it's like,
Yeah.
man, how do you get an Enigma? And the person that gets an Enigma, you're like running around feeling like a god, and everybody's just like, how are you teleporting? What even is
And
this?
it serves its purpose at that stage.
Yeah.
So I played a lot of Diablo 2 back in the day with old drop rates, and I found a Vex rune, and that was it. Like literally one rune.
Yeah.
That the entire career. You know, I'm sure other people found more. You know, they probably played more than I did, or were luckier, or whatever.
Yeah.
I still vividly remember that moment. You know, like it's quite a formative memory.
Yeah. I want to say finding a Zod rune now is the same odds as finding a Vex or an Ohm rune on old rates.
Interesting.
And I've only found 2 Zod runes in my entire Diablo 2 career of about 40,000 hours of play. Now, I speed run and I do stuff that's not in the territory of like killing mobs that would drop Zod. So, you know, you got to put that in perspective for some of it. But
yeah,
I've still only found 2 Zod runes, which, like you say, going back into those days, would have been like finding 2 Ohm or Vex runes. And that would have been, you know, like it. So it was kind of insane, crazy drops.
Yeah.
But how do you feel? I mean, I'd love to hear your opinion on that as well. How do you feel about having these crazy things, this drop that is unobtainably hard in a way, such a chase? You know,
this is the Mirror of Calandra question in Path of Exile. So my thinking on this is essentially, if you're running a live service where it's intended to have a big economy like this, you do want some very rare items that can have a lot of value.
Yeah.
The issue is, if you're also like Diablo 2 is both a online, you know, game with an economy, and it's also a single player game that people want to enjoy.
Yeah.
And I believe that if you're making a game that, you know, has live service elements without massive updates or without monetization tied into live service like Diablo 2, then you should release a single player version as well, because you're not undermining your business model in that way. If you know what I mean. A single player version of PoE is obviously off the cards because that undermines the business model, and it wasn't designed around that. But having the ability for people to play without the online requirement is nice. And the tricky thing about these 1 in a million drop rates, or 1 in a billion drop rates, is that it starts to affect the single player players, and by the same token it affects solo self-found players online, or casual players who aren't trading, like basically anyone who doesn't want to deal with that. So by having these things in the game that are incredibly rare, you're forcing players that want to engage with them into a trade economy, which, you know, makes the game glorious and fun, but isn't for everyone all the time. And so my initial game design stuff from ages ago was jam the game full of incredibly rare things, and the community like find them interesting. And I think I've sobered out a bit more these days. Like when I was playing Classic recently, I enjoyed the fact that almost all of the unique items were attainable, right? Like you want a Spectral Shard, you're going to get a Spectral Shard eventually, right? You want Frostburn, it's not that hard. You know, sure, you're happy when you get it, it's cool to get it, it's a cool moment, but it's not like you don't have a couple of them by the end of the season.
Right.
And I kind of feel that having chase items in that middle ground there, where you're going to get them eventually
I think I have
yourself,
like
but it's still
40K
worth
hours
trading
in
for them
V2,
when you need
honestly.
them, is actually a more reasonable place for a game that has a single player component as well.
Yeah. Do you think there is any logic or idea of adjusting the rates of online versus single player?
You can, but you know, there's people who, I mean, for starters, I guess single player players can mod whatever they want, right? So many of them do adjust the rates to,
I'm gonna listen
to
to
play mods that have rune drops or whatever.
Also,
It's tricky because some single player players want the authentic experience, you know, and there's online players who are playing alone who want the same experience as single player. They just want server validation, which says, hey, you did this without cheating. You know, we've taken that option away from you.
Right.
So it is a tricky thing. It's also worth noting that here we're talking about discrete things like runes and Mirror of Calandra. They're homogeneous items that are exactly the same as each other, where you can say this dropped as a Boolean thing. This is in comparison to, say, rare items, where obviously there's a whole spectrum of bad to good rares. And so a nice thing is you can have your homogeneous drops be more common. You know, you can give mirrors to everyone if you choose to, if it's got single player or whatever, and you want to give everyone that experience, but still have it so that godly rares are incredibly hard to find. You know, you can have your tail end of that be the chase thing that people are using as trophy items without having to go and stick a Zod rune in the game and say, you know, there's a 1 in a billion chance that you win some kind of lottery by finding this. Because you can still get that by finding an insane bow or whatever.
Yeah. I think for me, having chase rares as endgame and even chase magic items a little bit, right, in Diablo 2 is like the ultimate item design. whenever I play a game,
Ultimate
and I'm in
item
Diablo
design.
2, but whenever I play a different game, and it just always goes to the legendary item or just the unique or whatever that item, I always get a little sad that is the chase item, because I find the value that rares and magic items being those super chase.
Oh, this is a thing. Diablo 2 does this so well, right?
Yeah.
Like you find a socketed base type with good superior stats, and that's your Enigma base or whatever, and you're like, a score. This is literally a gray item.
It's
you know?
a gray item.
Even just finding a 4-socket sword when you need it, for spirit or whatever, right? You are looking at those gray items.
Yeah.
And likewise, you shop some insane magic item that's just best in slot. The fact that this is possible in D2, like you see builds these days, they're using, crafted items, for example, the orange text ones, which I ignored back in the day because they weren't part of any build. We hadn't worked that out yet, as it were. And needless to say, of course, rares
a good one of those
in
is so
classic rares were
astronomically
king, of
low.
course, and I like that a bit more than the Runewords being king thing, but the fact that there's something in every single type of item that's useful to you, there's a purpose for finding gems, there's a purpose for finding runes, and it all works, is one of the glorious things about D2's itemization.
Yeah, I think they absolutely crushed it. I mean, it's you bring it up even so perfectly there with a gray item being your chase item or a white item, where you find that and you're excited. And like when I find a white item on the ground and I get excited about that, that's something that I don't think I've felt in any other game. I think every other game, a white item is just trash. It's just whatever.
They have, and I say they because I was not involved in Path of Exile 2 itemization stuff in the last few years due to being away, but they've done an interesting thing in Path of Exile 2 by, let me see if I can get this right, you can't scour things back down to a base white item. And so in a game where crafting is very powerful, you need a supply of white items. And so you have a situation where if you find a rare of that type on the ground, it's going to be fine. It's a rare item, of course, but you can craft a better one, or potentially craft a better one if you know what you're doing. And so the white item is actually attractive because that lets you do the whole crafting process. And so I've heard positive things about people being excited for white items in Path of Exile 2, but I haven't done enough deep dive myself into how that crafting works to fully be able to comment on it.
He doesn't even play his own creation.
I hope that is fully true and something, because that is another giant piece of, I think, what does make a game really exciting. Is getting to those pieces when you can make all the loot exciting. Blues, whites, grays, rares, all those
It's
pieces.
actually there's an interesting thing about magic items where in Path of Exile 1 design, we have Regal Orbs, which upgrade a magic item into a rare. It felt like a cool currency item to have. It's a cool thing. It's like kind of an imbue that makes an existing good item better and so on. And I was really pleased with this plan back in the day. Like I looked at the currency item system and loved all the interactions, and that's gone well. Obviously, great system and everything. But there's a subtlety where in LOD, obviously you can get blue items that are better than rares in certain ways. Certain javelins or certain shields, JMod shields and so on, that are just better than rares. And in a world like that, you couldn't have a Regal Orb because then obviously all the rare shields just get based on JMod shields and you add some more mods on. And so it's interesting because you have a choice when you're doing a system like this of either having magics have a really strong purpose or having them be a stepping stone towards rare items. One of them lets a player kind of build their own item over a series of time. The other one gives you a purpose to shop and make magic items or identify magic items that you find. And they've both got merit, of course, but it's really interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one thing I did enjoy with the Path of Exile item design was while it doesn't play into that exact piece of shopping the blues and that being your whole thing, it very much plays into the idea of building this item over time, right? You get your item and you craft it over time to just become better and better and better. And I found that to be a very rewarding system as well. It placed a little more reward on all of the currency that you're going out and picking up. But when you go out and you farm around for a while and you come back with all your orbs and stuff, then you okay, now I'm going to craft on this item a little bit.
That's not how it works. Yeah, that's why I
did
made
think that was a separate but also equally fun.
You don't build your item over time. It's either equipable or not equipable, essentially. Unless it's your very, very, very beginning of the game.
And system, but like you say, you can't have both. You kind of got to pick.
It's actually what he's describing is actually a problem.
There's a balance here where people like crafting.
It's like
a
you're not
lot,
going to put
right?
on your
And
weapon until it's basically
the more of
done
that you have,
and you're settled
the
on
implicitly worse
what
it makes
is,
ground
right?
items
You
in
don't like keep
comparison.
improving it.
You know, you have that question of how am I going to keep ground items spicy?
Yeah.
And so if you buff ground items and make them really good, you've just nerfed crafting, and people don't like you nerfing crafting. And so there's a lot of carefulness there. And playing a lot of Diablo 2 recently, I really appreciate the fact that ground items are very exciting. And also at any stage of the game, like I can find something in normal difficulty that is valuable in late game. And we tried to do that with currency items in Path of Exile. You can find high currency early on and everything, but it's really cool to like, you know, just find some like low unique in in Diablo 2 Classic that's actually really useful on endgame characters. It means that you value your time spent playing through the lower campaign difficulties because you can find good stuff and it's worth actually killing all the monsters.
Yeah, and specifically, it can even be more advantageous to go farm in the lower difficulties to pick those up. If you want to get an SOJ, your best odds are farming Nightmare and Dariel, right? If you want to be getting some, lower level goblin toe boots and things like this, like it may not be as advantageous to find it in Hell because you're opening up these extra farming places. And I
Pass build. Here we go.
agree that
We're back.
like that is also something that turns me off from a lot of modern games when items just do not matter in the early stage because you will always find a better item later. I love when I find a really good unique or even a really good rare, right? Like sometimes you just find a rare ring when you're level like 14 and you're like, holy cow, this is amazing. And that takes you all the way through like the campaign. Like you're just like,
it raises interesting design questions, like elite items, right? Added in LOD. It's the third tier of items where they repeat the progression again. Cool.
Yes.
Obviously, everyone loves them because big damage, right? But are they actually good for the game? Because imagine a world where they didn't introduce elite items and they balanced around this. It goes up to high exceptional. You now have a situation where from the end of Nightmare, you're able to find endgame rares, as it were. Because currently, Nightmare can't really drop the good elites that you're looking for. So the whole difficulty is written off from a rare point of view. And sure, I get it, LOD isn't about rares. But this is kind of, there's questions here about how far do you get your item progression to actually go throughout the game? Because the further it goes, sure, people are finding upgrades in terms of higher base types, which feels good, but it's invalidating rares that they've found or items that they've built before then.
Yeah.
We lost.
I think the one of the big benefits of Diablo 2 in regards to elites and stuff is a lot of times the base is not relevant. Now for your weapons, you will have some of that relevance, but you also have the ability to upgrade a base in Diablo 2. So if you find an amazing Naga, you can upgrade that Naga into a Berserker Axe, right? Like you
does that recipe work on rares? I know you can do it with uniques. I don't know if you can base type upgrade on rares.
Yes.
I should know this.
Yeah, it works on rares because this is actually one of the like cool secret things you can do where you can get an ethereal phase blade. So one of the like really cool items in the game is an ethereal rare phase blade with 40 IAS and 300 ED and full smod on it and all the stuff. Bad. And people go, wait, how do you get it ethereal? Because phase blades are indestructible. They can't spawn ethereal. Yeah. But you get a dimensional blade or a crystal sword, and then you upgrade it into that base, and it goes from having having durability to no durability. And it's just a cool little, like, those are some of, like, my favorite items in the game.
Today I learned.
Yeah, there you go. A little learning tip for you.
Did not know that.
So that, I think, helps some. But then also when you look at a lot of things like gloves and helms and boots and all of that stuff, a lot of the best boots are not the elite bases of the boots because there's high requirements to wear them and you don't want to get there. And honestly, defense in Diablo 2 is just not relevant for a lot of characters.
Yeah, I was mostly speaking about weapons there, because they're the fantasy in my mind.
Sure.
But yeah, you're completely right that adding 100 to the strength requirement of your gloves isn't going to help a lot of characters.
No, it just is like, oh god, now these are unusable. So for many cases, you want that lower level one, and and maybe even still you're using like chance guards or you're using frost burns or some low level unique because that ends up being just a better piece for you.
This could have been good. But this guy needed to be like legendary or something.
Versus classic. The expansion, and then specifically I'll go with like 110 because that was probably the biggest shift in Diablo 2 to exist, I would say.
Yes. Yeah, 110 made a lot of changes there, like
110,
synergies and a huge difficulty increase in hell because of the synergies.
Yeah. So which side do you
Was
take?
110 the Enigma patch?
Or post 110?
Because I like
and
the
I'd
one
love
before
to debate
Enigma. Anything
either
before Enigma
side
is good,
with
good
you
too.
on the good and bad of it, because I think it's a very interesting topic.
Right.
110 is the
I'm going to
Enigma
take
patch.
pre,
Okay.
but I do think there are some really cool things that 110 introduced. Like for a start, the concept of ladder versus non-ladder characters. Like,
Yep.
we're only sitting here because they came up with that then, if you see what I mean, right? Like,
Yeah.
You're only talking to me because there's ladder versus non-ladder.
Yeah.
You know, and so the /no pickup command added in 110 was excellent because now you don't accidentally pick up items by clicking on them when you aren't holding Alt. That was really good.
Yeah.
It made the game a lot more moddable. You know, there's a lot of stuff that went in. 110 was mostly made by Peter Hu as a sole developer at Blizzard North, from what I at Blizzard at the time, from what I understand. And there was a lot of architectural stuff he did where he took a step back and said, let's spend some time actually making this game long-term maintainable, adding support for, you know, the Diablo clone stuff and future events and so on.
Yes.
So there's a lot of stuff there. But it also shifted the game a lot. You know, the addition of synergies, adding mana potions at vendors, right? Like, that's obviously a very big change to
You
how
used
you
to
build
not
your
have that, I
characters.
forgot.
Was that in
And,
110? I thought that was in 108.
It was actually, I know, I had exactly the same.
Wait,
I
it was
promise you, it was 110.
What?
And I had the same reaction. Like, I had to triple check this one.
What? I could have sworn.
Go Google it, honestly.
Yeah, I'm gonna look this up. You
do
keep going.
do fact check this because it's unbelievable. So, for those who are unaware, for a long time in Diablo 2, you had to find your mana potions, and this seems crazy by modern RPG standards. Like the fact that you just don't have an entitlement to mana. As you play through the game, you have to have some way of solving it, and this meant people built characters using just a huge investment in energy or finding plus mana items. You know, at this stage, pre-110, Insight didn't exist, and so you couldn't just cheese your mana that way. Have you found confirmation yet?
Mana potions are now sold by shopkeepers at patch 110. I could have sworn
I know, it's
they
crazy,
were
isn't it?
before that.
No, my memory also was playing with buying mana potions in 109, but when I've looked at old screenshots I've got from 109, there's no mana potions in the vendors. And when I installed 109 to test this, also no mana potions.
Yeah.
You had to find them. I mean, you get plenty.
You got
like,
more,
you know,
yes.
The champs pop a pile of regifs and stuff, you know.
Yeah. That was a big difference. They when the game initially started, it was hard to find them as well. And then by the time you got into like 108, 109, like they started dropping more often.
Yeah.
But yeah, you didn't shop them. Wow.
It may seem crazy that I'm going to make the argument that it's better that you couldn't find the mana potions, but I'll explain why. I played a post-110 sorceress recently. So how many points do I put in energy? Well, 0, obviously, right? You know, there's no point in putting a single point in there because I'm going to use cool items that get energy and so on. And I can have an inventory full of potions, or at least a belt full of potions. And so, you know, I'm just spamming blue potions constantly. It means a lot of trips back to town, and the whole thing is kind of unrewarding. It's, you know, it's why we changed the potion system for Path of Exile to work differently and refresh in combat.
Yeah.
And when I played a classic sorceress, I can't fill my inventory with potions. So I have to get energy, get mana, get warmth, and I could cast more spells without the potions.
Yeah.
And the game was balanced around that. And I actually kind of enjoyed the fact I use mana, therefore I should invest in mana being a sensible thing to do, as opposed to, you know, slap Insight on the merc and be done with it or whatever.
Yeah. I will completely agree with that. I went back and played 1.00, which 1.00 has a lot of bugs and has a lot of its own issues. But one of the hilarious kind of really like RPG, and this is something that I love about Diablo 2 and especially older patches, the RPG style, was that like I'm investing in being a sorceress. And like you say, my first points were going into energy and warmth. I literally would spend my first like 3, 4, 5 points in warmth and just use my single firebolt for my staff, or go buy a staff with like a couple other, you know, points and something. And then when I get to 6, I could get into, you know, Ice Blast or whatever I wanted to shift over into. But like, it was a very different experience because I was playing this caster that had to be careful, and I wasn't just spamming fireballs everywhere and hoping that, you know, it was like, okay, well, if this doesn't hit, who cares? I just chug my mana potions over and over.
100% malice.
And like you say now,
do I do it again and lose all my
speedrun
money?
especially,
I'm doing it.
You fill your entire inventory up
We're doing
with
it
mana
live on
potions.
stream.
You run out.
why is this
you
40
just go
FE?
spam everywhere.
We're
Spam
gonna
all
lose
the
money,
stuff.
100%.
They flood. You know, you drink all the potions. You go back and you do the same thing, right? And you kind of rinse and repeat on that. It does add some
Minus 40, guys.
more
It is what it is.
reliability and accessibility, I feel like, to the game. But I do think it removes a little bit of, like you're saying, the idea that, like, if you want to be a sorceress, you're probably going to want to put points into energy.
That's a minus
You're probably
40.
going to want to put points into warmth. You're probably going to really want to have, I mean, even I played a 1.0 Amazon, which is the worst character by far on release.
Because Bo's ED didn't work and so on, right?
It was
Like,
it was just,
Bo's didn't have enhanced damage functioning correctly back then.
it was terrible. Like, you just did nothing.
What is the
But
cult one? I don't
my
even know.
gear was like mana leech rings and mana leech this and sapphires in my helm, and everything was just focused on like leeching.
We lost.
And I was able to create like a sustainable character that could actually sustain as she like ran through, and that was such a rewarding feeling, even though it wasn't fast.
I played
It
a
wasn't,
Necromancer as
you
my
know,
first character in
massacring
D2.
all
And
this
I
stuff.
remember auto-attacking.
And I had to
a
sacrifice
full army of
damage, and I had to
minions. I was
sacrifice
corpse
other things to make
exploding,
sure that I could
cursing,
maintain
and
mana leech.
auto-attacking with a sword.
But I feel like making those sacrifices on your characters is something that is super valuable in creating, like,
I guess it makes sense based off what they say, because you couldn't
good
like
itemization
spam
and
spells
just a
really.
good feeling for me, at least.
Like
I
if I were
love
to
when
spam
I'm
Bone Spear or something,
Yeah.
giving something up.
that would
you know.
just use all your mana.
It's kind of like your first priority is being able to function. Your second priority is damage, and then your
Right.
third priority is magic find.
Right.
You know, like
Yeah.
if you can function, you can progress slowly. And once
Yeah.
you're progressing slowly, you focus on progressing faster. And once you're progressing fast, you focus on juicing the rewards and getting the most
Right.
out of it.
Right. And now it feels like that function, you don't have to as much. And the mana potions and maybe kind of make that a little bit where it's like, yeah, you don't need to like worry. You just chug them, right?
This one seems nuts
Well,
though.
we need to find something in 1.10 that we disagree with, like synergies, for example. Are you for synergies or against synergies? I'm kind of 50-50 on this one.
Oh man, I'm 50-50 as well.
Shut the
We
fuck
probably
up!
agree on being 50-50 on it. Yeah, synergies.
I'm
were
positive for synergies because
overall,
what
I
do you
think I
like? You're usually
disagree with
like when you hit like
synergies.
level 70, your points are
the
just going into some
idea
idiotic
was
place.
very interesting and useful in that it created a very specific build identity, and I could put my points into Frozen Orb and then put the points into Cold. I mean, you saw that.
X3,
put my
please.
points
Fuck
into
off.
Blizzard, and then put my
All right, give
points
me
into
something
Ice
good then.
Bolt, Ice
Minus
Blast,
40
Glacial
incoming.
Spike, and all of that's enhancing Blizzard and all that. And it builds more for the single point spammer player. But
now you're the same as every other cold sork on the realm.
now you're the same as every other cold sork, and I
Zero
think
procs,
that's
man.
where they
Just
really
like last time, minus
become
40.
an issue. Is it just creates something a little bit like rune words.
Okay.
Rune words and
One
synergies
desire
are the
core.
same idea in that
Dude.
they
Oh,
create.
I hit claim.
this
I didn't mean to.
best
No
in
meme.
slot.
That's a bug.
Here
I
is
don't
the
want two
thing.
desire
And
cores.
when I
wanted
write
to
a
do one.
guide, it's perfect because I put
That's
a
a
guide
bug.
up
I'm
that
permitting
says
people.
put your skills
I'm gonna
exactly
get
like
those,
this.
So anyway.
Put your items like this. Get your Hodo over here,
Get your
or
Kogo.
your Death Fathom if you want a unique. Get your Enigma. Get your again, whatever you're gonna put in the spots.
Worthless.
And it's very like set. And then you're like
Have these gone up in
places,
value yet?
like okay, you'll have different rings because you have some rare rings,
Kogo
and you'll
style.
have maybe a little difference in your boots or gloves if you're not
They
going
are
to use
starting
unique
to get up there a little
stuff.
bit.
But it still is like this is the set, as opposed
Yeah.
to when you remove those, when you take synergies out, when you take rune words out, now it's like just get sweet rares, and here's like kind of the affixes that you
Whoa,
want.
what is this?
And in the skill build, it's like you can
it's
run
everything.
Blizzard,
Lame.
and you can run Meteor, and you can run Nova,
This is so bad
and you
for
can run
double,
Thunderstorm,
honestly.
right? Like you have all these points and you have all this stuff available, and so you can really get to
You guys know
decide
Kogo?
because nothing is saying
Yeah.
Kogo.
you have to focus in on this one skill.
That's Kogo.
And if you try and go everywhere, then you completely lose, right?
I was playing 1.07 recently, the patch that was never online because 1.08 came out the same day as LOD.
Yeah.
And I was trying to build a Frozen Orb Sork. So I maxed my Frozen Orb. I maxed my I put a lot in Warmth actually because this is pre-mana pots from the vendors.
Yep.
And I maxed my cold Mastery. And then I've got no more skills. And initially I'm like, oh my god, like, there's no synergies. How am I going to play? So I struggled to kill monsters in hell. And then I realized the world is my oyster. I can choose what I get next. I could get Firewall and have a strategy of doing that. As you say, you can get Nova. If it was classic, I get Static Field. There's a whole bunch of options there. And to some extent, it was nice knowing that, yes, I'm playing a cookie cutter kind of, Frozen Orb build, but at the same time, I choose what my secondary thing I'm doing is that's interesting.
Right. And I think the synergies really removed that secondary piece, and that made it a little bit worse. Also, I don't know why you would play 107 for Frozen Orb, because that's when they added the timer in. Like, pre-107... Yeah,
it was actually trash.
Yeah, it's terrible. Pre-107, you could cast the orbs just as fast as you could.
But as you know, modern Diablo 2 is about unnecessary challenge runs, right? We make the game hard on purpose. Except I'm sitting there swearing and no one's watching me play it. You know?
I would watch. I would totally watch that. I would love to see a Chris Plays D2 stream.
I'm actually considering playing some Diablo 1, making a video of that.
Ooh, do it. 100%. Yeah. I will spam that everywhere and watch that. We'll have a watch party of it. It'll be a great time.
We'll see.
Yeah. So going back to the 110, we have to talk on the rune words as well. I know we talked a little bit on the idea of like rune words being built around the older rune drop rates and stuff, but how do you feel on rune words overall? Just especially the big powerful ones, Enigma, Agree, Fortitude, all of that.
I don't mind the concept of a rune word being a build your own unique in a game where uniques are random and gambling.
Oh, we won. There it is. This is the one. I feel it.
Assemble them with effort. I'm not opposed to fundamentally, right?
Yeah.
There are many rune words in there, like lore or something, where you're not going to be using that into the end game. You're going to put it as a little bit of a help. I feel that is my personal preference for like absolute cap on rune word power. I think everything above that, even like stealth, I think is a mistake, even though that one's obviously not an in-game item.
Yeah.
And so I have this concern that rune words came in too hot and then they got a lot hotter. And I get it that the 1.10 rune words required impossible runes, and so there's these mythical items you could never make, but they're there to taunt you. But the reality is, the game did involve people actually using them. And, obviously, like, Enigma's silly, because you get teleport, which by itself changes the game, and then you get all the other properties you need. But consider something like Spirit, right? That doesn't even involve high runes, right? Like, Spirit's guaranteed in normal difficulty for the most part if you can get the sword. And why not get a second one later on if you can, right? Like, paladins with Spirit, like...
paladins are gross.
Yeah. So I have this issue because that's strict best in slot and easily assemblable. So that's a slot that's gone. And if you remove a slot and balance the game around it, then everyone's forced to use it and whatever. That's just how it is. But like the more of that there is, the worse it is for the game. And I love rares. Like my best moments of gaming in either the Diablo series or Path of Exile have been identifying rares and upgrading them and reasoning about them and finding good priced ones and that kind of stuff. And I just kind of find best in slot uniques and rune words to be a little boring. Like as a strict Amazon player on Classic, the introduction of Windforce upset me. Because, guess I'm never looking at another rare bow again in the rest of my life. And then, of course, no one even uses Windforce because there's rune words that are better than it.
Faith is better,
Even Silence was better.
I think it's pretty good, actually.
It's actually funny because my friend back in whenever Windforce was introduced, so the expansion there with everything with the elite items, traded his entire account for a Windforce at one point. He had an account with like 7 characters in the 90s and 80s and all this gear on him and stuff. And he wanted Windforce so badly, he traded his entire account for the Windforce. And he loved it. He was super happy. He made a new account and, just like played with that and had his Windforce and it was super godly. But you are correct in that, it kind of killed all of the rare bows and magic bows and everything prior to that. And I agree with you because I do agree that like I love rares. I wish that a rare body armor ever had a use case in Diablo 2. Like it is so sad to me that rare body armors are irrelevant because
I think you're right. Actually, the last classic character I played, I put Dusk Glow on and I was done. There's just a
you actually can get some sweet classic ones if you get some like ethereal repairs itself armor that has defense and all this stuff, right? Like you can actually get some cool rare body armors in classic exclusively.
I think the comments are going to point out that Ethereal is an LED feature.
And 4 groups of pests. Fuck.
So,
You're right, aren't you?
but I get the point. I get the point. If we're looking at rare items, there are some really good ones that are possible.
You're totally right.
They just unfortunately coexist with the good uniques.
Yeah, they do. Oh man, I'm gonna get roasted for that one. Good call. Good call.
It's okay. We caught it.
We did. Yeah. I mean, you caught it. I would have totally kept going.
But they know you're an expert, you see. So
yeah. That's why I'm gonna get roasted for it. But the thing that Runewords and some of these uniques did do is create this iconic, memorable piece that provides so much value to so many people in a way that goes beyond. I mean, look at Shaco, look at Enigma, look at, like those are probably, Wind Force, which isn't even the best in slot now, but like those items were so iconic that a lot of people, when they remember back to playing Diablo 2, they just remember that. They just remember Shaco, right? And it's like when you see that green hat, that person run around with the green cap on, it's like such a nostalgic, like memorable piece for them. And that's something that I think these Runewords do, and they kind of create that. It's hard to even find the words, but it's like it creates that
kind of see what you mean.
Piece set in time for them where they're like,
yeah,
I can go back and when I play again and when I get that Enigma and I get that Shaco and I get my Spirit and my Hodo and whatever stuff, I just like feel that nostalgia rush back, and that is the spot, as opposed to the rares, right? Where it's just
right. So a specific rare might have value for one person, but it's not a shared memory that they can talk to another person about and have the same understanding.
Exactly.
Like
yeah, that's the best way.
I wonder if this could be achieved with still having strong uniques, but maybe slightly less strong. Yeah, then that's a difficult balancing act.
Yeah, you go ahead. Yeah, no.
I was gonna say, like Diablo 1 uniques, there's things like the Needler, which has a lot of identity. You can build around it. It's build defining. It's not very good.
I don't know Diablo 1
but
as well, Steve, too,
it's kind of cool,
Yeah.
Anyway, carry on.
But then you also have like Veil of Steel and stuff that are just like good, right? Just like really good.
Okay, fair.
But I do think that there is a...
Is the Needler like a Quill
I think you have the right idea in that you can create these shared memory pieces that exist for that large portion in the middle. You just have to make sure that there are pieces above it. Like we do have for rare weapons.
Has your penis.
Right? Those super rare, crazy, like... Wraithcrack is the one that was recently I got to play around with. And it's this insane ethereal, can be ethereal, ethereal hammer that just like has 292 ED in Fool's Mod and 40 IS and 40 IS and 2 open sockets, and it's just like iconically good. And it's actually slightly better than Grief. The problem is that is a 1 in a trillion drop basically, and Grief is a low rune that you get super easily. So I think there is that spot, but you need to be able to have that rare armor that's better than your Fortitude, than your Enigma. You need to have that rare weapon that's better than your Grief, your Last Wish, all of these. You need to have, right, in every slot, I think there needs to be a space for blues and rares that aren't just the 1 in a billion only bots are finding items, but something that I could actually go out and find. But I'm still going to have, when I hit that Shaco, when I hit whatever, I'm still going to be excited because I'm still going to have that for a while and it'll still be good. But then I have something else that I can go get that is better. And there are better helms with 220 circlets and stuff. But like, body armors and weapons and Spirit, nothing beats Spirit. There's nothing even close to beating Spirit for, a caster.
And you raised a good point earlier as well, that when you're making a guide and when a player is consuming a guide, the ability to have named good uniques and runewords makes it a lot more accessible. They have a plan. Whereas if the plan is go find some rares and work out if they're good or not, well, there's no guide now. It's just to go play the game and get good at it. And so having a set of gear that's good enough, that's obtainable, that lets them see the game and enjoy their character and try the build out is great. Though ideally there's the caveat of, and if you can find better rares, lucky you, you'll be more powerful.
Right.
Which is nice.
Yeah.
Actually, something that RuneWords did, the post 1.10 RuneWords with the O skills, I think was a really positive thing. Like the number of builds that opened up, being able to use interesting off-class skills, maybe not teleport, but you know, the fun ones that let you try
Turn
weird
into a
builds. I
bear.
think that's generally, yeah, that's a pretty healthy place, right? Like maybe the RuneWords were also too powerful to go with it, but
Yeah.
having stuff where you sacrifice a slot to get something that your class doesn't normally get access to, I think is a pretty cool design space.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of fun in runewords like Passion that give you Zeal. So now, oh, I can make a Zeal on a Sorceress, or I can put Zeal on someone else and, you know, give it a try. Or, like I say, you can make a Bear Source, right, with Owl and stuff. There's kind of a variety of items that do have those fun O skills. However, there are also some that are like CTA that just become like every single character has a CTA. Like every single offhand is a CTA on every single character in the end game.
Yeah,
What do you think,
you're
Oops?
completely
Do you
right.
agree?
That can go away.
Yeah, it's just like it's too much, right?
Oops.
And
Yeah,
you have to find some other way. Yeah,
Yes,
and then
you can just reduce the damage of the monsters game wide and fix that problem in one go.
right, exactly. Or Enigma, and I think Enigma is actually a really good debate topic, and I would love to hear a little bit from you on Enigma.
About teleport in particular?
About teleport in particular. Obviously, we have your idea of why are we also adding 2 to skills and Magic Find, and Enigma is such a good armor that sometimes sorceresses even use Enigma. They don't even need the teleport, but it's just such a good armor that they put it on anyways for the rest of the stats, which I always find super funny. But teleport specifically, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
When I went into designing Path of Exile, there was a no teleport rule. When we designed Lightning Warp, which was a skill where you go from A to B, it times how long it would take for you to run there, and it makes you wait that length of time. Right? There was no way to teleport with it. It just got you from A to B.
Yeah.
And you know, there's like a lot of skills don't let you go up and down, like skipping over walls and that kind of stuff as line of sight.
Yeah.
Over time, due to, you know, evolution of live service games, this got eroded a little bit. People found ways of using, like if you put, like, you know, reduced duration and stuff like that, it lets you do lightning warp more quickly, and people were lightning warping all around and triggering all this stuff.
Yeah.
And when designing the experimental ruthless mode a number of years ago, we experimented with stripping out a lot of movement skills to try to get it back to the no teleport, you know, actually engaging with monster packs rather than skipping part of a level.
Yeah.
And I've matured a bit on this thinking over time as I played a lot more D2, and I realized that, yeah, it kind of sucks when you skip a level, but you're not skipping the levels you're actually playing. You're just skipping the levels usually to get to a boss or to rush someone or that kind of thing. And farming bosses and rushing people are fun parts of the experience. And it's easy to say as a designer, oh, farming a boss is getting too much progress. You should be slowed down. You should be slowed down so that you don't get too many items. Or, you know, you shouldn't be able to rush people or twink people or whatever, because that bypasses the game. But if these are the things people are actually enjoying and you know about them before you release it, so you can balance it in and make, you know, like everyone feels they're breaking the game a bit, but you know, it's all okay because you've contemplated it. I think that's a good place. So I'm not too worried. I mean, you know, I'm not saying I'd add an Enigma to a game, but I certainly like am less hateful towards it as I was, you know, a couple of decades ago.
Holy.
I think
I was pretty hateful.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty jarring shift of an item, but 110 just had a lot of like those rune words, right, that came in and were just like, whoa, what the heck.
Did it help class diversity? Because beforehand, sorceresses were the only option to do certain things.
So
And
this
now
was
you can play paladin.
Yeah, this was the big thing, and this is my biggest argument
Almost everybody
for
was Barb
Enigma.
and
Because so many
Sword when I
people come
played.
into my channel and they say, we need to get rid of Enigma. Enigma needs to be gone for good. And I say, cool, now solve class diversity. Because you know what happened on the launches prior to
Everybody played
Enigma?
Sorc.
90% of the classes were sorceresses. Everybody just started as a sorceress. And you still kind of do a little bit, but like, that was it. Like, online was just sorceress playing and sorceress playing and sorceress playing because she was the only one that could teleport. And that was just so advantageous. And dueling was just sorceresses teleporting all around. And, you know, it was like the same idea where it was just so broken, a little bit of a spell in a way that it kind of messed with everything there. I feel like there's a good compromise. I love to hear your stuff before I go in, though. What were you going to say?
Oh, I was just posing the question, did teleport charges exist before Enigma? they did,
Charges
right? I can't
didn't
remember.
exist then.
Like the amulet that lets you teleport.
In
Like, because Enigma was
Classic, there
1.10.
weren't charges.
Yeah, I remember that. I'm just worried
So
about like
post,
1.09.
like,
Could you-
109 or something, 108, 109.
Because I think they were introduced before Enigma, but obviously weren't particularly practical for jumping around levels.
people
You'd
that
use them in
wanna
PvP and stuff.
Right.
Anyway, this is just a side thought. I was just thinking out loud.
Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting your train of thought.
No, you're good. I'm actually curious myself.
Because I never considered that they were like a really crap version of Enigma.
Yes. they are essentially your bad version of Enigma that you have to go
For-
repair
yeah, he's
every
talking to
single
Force,
time.
and
Yeah.
you can tell.
I remember them being big for like Necros who would teleport all their minions on top of you in PvP. That was annoying.
Yes. I do like teleport charges a lot. I think they're actually really well balanced for the playthrough of the game because they are in a limited aspect and they are expensive to repair. If you want to use a lot of teleport charges, you're going to invest the time in farming to get money to go use the teleport charges, right? Like every single
so you
charge
could use
is
them
like,
situationally.
Yes. Yeah. So you can use them situationally. So every charge is like 2,500 gold or something for a charge, something like that. Maybe like 1,500 gold for a charge. And so like that adds up very quickly if you just telly.
You guys know Kogo?
Okay, I need to go find a
Let me
few
introduce you to
items to
Kogo.
sell. So I think that gold versus charge balance is nice
That's
in there.
Kogo.
Something I actually think is the right balance for
He's evil,
teleport,
by the
like
way.
as a skill overall, I think is the flame dash
That's
charges
Kogo.
based approach, because I think that would help. Like I wish teleport was like flame dash, where you just have 3 uses of it or whatever, and it has a cooldown to restore a charge, and then when you like get to you're at sorceress with teleport, or you get enigma or whatever it is, and you have the ability to teleport a little bit and skip some of the pieces, but you're not just tele spamming kind of everything.
Yeah, I see.
I think it would help with PvP a lot because PvP is very teleport heavy. I think it would help with preventing a little bit. I do recognize what you were saying about like people getting to the fun parts. And this like gets you there still, but just at a slightly slower pace. I still think you should be able to jump
Now,
over
this is a big
like,
one. I feel it.
walls and stuff with it.
Yeah, that one's
but
actually really good.
It just like slows you down that
We don't get
little
that button.
bit so that there's a
Wait, what is
little
that?
more engagement
It's
along
a double.
the way.
Wait,
Yeah.
it says knockback. There's
Putting
no
a
way this is
multi-cooldown
real.
launch is probably better than just a regular cooldown. Like as you're saying, so it has
Dude,
multiple
does
charges.
something
is-
want
yeah.
knockback?
That way, if you do just use a burst of them, it having a cooldown doesn't bother you, but you,
Right.
you can't overuse it.
Right. Because I
something in
think
this game
the
use
single
knockback?
cooldown is just flawed because the worst thing that can happen is you
E3?
jump over a wall.
Oh, is this good for her?
and there's
Actually, no
just
meme.
a flood
'Cause
of
that's regain.
mobs and fanaticism death lords that are extra fast and stuff like right there. And then you're trying to teleport out and it's like that skill's on cooldown. It's like okay.
I'm
like,
trying to alt F4 at that stage.
Right, yeah, like oh god, get out. So I think having the
throw it up
multi-charge
300, see if it
allows you
sells
to
XD.
jump a wall blind
I don't think
and
it
have an escape mechanism still, as
This
opposed to
combo's pretty
just
good.
well, I can't ever teleport over any walls
sells,
because if I
I'll-
run into that pack, then I just die.
XD's nuts.
Yeah.
Oops,
And
league
that
mechanic
goes
time.
also into my idea overall that like
You
I just
excited?
hate cooldowns in general on skills because I think that they're just like super limiting and make the game play itself more than you like making decisions a lot
Yeah,
of times.
I generally agree. I was disappointed in 107 when I discovered that a lot of the Sork skills had annoying cooldowns.
Yeah. 107 is where they introduced Frozen Orb, Firewall, Meteor, Blizzard,
When
all those
removing
skills,
monsters that are
getting
monsters,
timers onto them, and it was like,
font.
oh man, I still wish that they would revert those. And then you just you balance the damage, down or
Yeah.
do whatever
I mean,
pieces. But
The silly thing is, so 107, you can't get mana back easily. So do we have any tools available to limit your spellcasting? Maybe we raise the mana cost of those skills and that
Yeah.
solves it, right?
yeah, you find ways.
Yeah, you want
do
to
it.
cast a blizzard, and if you don't want too many blizzards, make them expensive.
Yeah, they
and if the
just
person's a
cost
baller
more.
with a lot of mana, then they cast, they get a lot of blizzards.
And if they've invested, like you say, they've invested tons of points into energy. They've invested a lot of points into plus mana in their gear. Well, now you're good.
Or invested into finding a bunch of mana potions and bringing them with them as a special one-off thing, or trading for mana potions. Then
trading for
we
mana
laugh, but
potions.
it was an alternate reality here, you know.
Oh,
Really
man.
nice for the sub, what's it been?
Because
Meat creature.
Moving forward, I would love to hear your thoughts on Resurrected and kind of the changes that they made there, adding in like terror zones, and just kind of adjusting, like, I mean, there's a variety of stuff that, you know, really came with Resurrected. New rune words, mercenary improvements, Uber Diablo changes, right?
yeah, I was worried about Resurrected when I didn't know they were working on it. Like, I actually didn't know before it was announced. Obviously, I like suspected because they were working through redoing past Blizzard games, but my friends working on Resurrected did not tell me. I will remember this. Anyway, I'm kidding. I was worried though, and this isn't just because, like, you know, the Warcraft 3 remaster wasn't well received. I felt that. We'll put it this way. Once David Brevik explained to people that it would be hard to do a remaster of Diablo 2, and I 100% agreed with every point he made. There were so many technical reasons why that would be really hard. And I also worried about anyone changing the game balance. They wouldn't understand the game as well as we do, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But
Turn it into a rare mod.
I think they did a 10 out of 10 job on this. Like,
Wow.
I watched the announcement and I thought, okay, I have nothing to hate here. And then I played it and thought, good job. Like, you know, I do prefer the old graphics, and this isn't just me being an old man. There's kind of this vibe that a number of people have commented to me, which is that when something is pixelated, your brain can fill in the gaps in your own way. Like, it's a guide to what it looks like, and you build your own fantasy. And when people talk about, they see Resurrected these days, a lot of people say, oh, but that's what the game looked like to me 25 years ago, because in their mind, they were projecting the good graphics. And while the Resurrected graphics are amazing, like Chris Amaral and his team did a great job on that, it's realistic now. Like, it's high detail, and so it tells you what it looks like rather than suggesting what it looks like. And maybe I was a kid when I was playing original D2 initially, but my mind did a lot of work creating this fantasy world out of the pixelated graphics. So I love the Resurrected graphics, but I also still like the old style look. I do note that the old graphics look better in the original game client than they do when you press G in Resurrected. There's something funky going on in the Resurrected version.
It doesn't
I think
have
that obviously,
anti-aliasing, like, there's something with that's
it feels lower frame rate as well. There's something. I like Resurrected a lot. I think they did a great job. I think they've been restrained with all of their balance changes and careful about it. I think Mosaic is terrible.
Or
but we've
Amazon
discussed that.
ugly.
So I'm talking about
something about her
pre-Mosaic
face is
Resurrected.
very manly
I really
in a
don't
weird
like
way.
the 22 Nights of Terror event. I think that, and I understand they've changed it this year, but I have this problem that, like, and this goes back to the economic integrity thing. And I didn't cover events in my video because I pulled out the events part of that video to be a separate one some other time. But, like, when you're running a fair competitive online realm, you have to keep the rules the same. And by saying to people, one day every year or whatever, you get free gambling, go nuts, is a thing where if you're available at your computer to do that, you get the advantage. And if you're on holiday with your family, you don't get that. And it's just, it's a thing you have to plan around. It's only in some seasons. And I kind of feel that it takes away the diegesis and realness of the game world by throwing arbitrary rules on for a day because it's a real life holiday at the time. And I get that people look forward to it and it's a fun thing and so on, but it just kind of means the competitive part of that season is over, if you know what I mean, because everyone's got bonkers circlets or whatever they're doing.
right.
And so I'm not a fan of the 22 Nights of Terror thing myself. It's a thing they're doing to retain people and to engage them and get them playing and maybe sell some copies. And, you know,
It wasn't bad. I'm dumb. I should have those, actually.
Having said that, overall, you know, I'm a big fan of Resurrected, and I found myself playing Original D2 more recently, but that's kind of a counterculture thing where everyone else is playing Resurrected, so I want to go back and play the cool one that I played when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And I'd learn about the different versions of that.
Yeah.
My one real complaint about Resurrected is I love playing Classic, and there's no shared stash in Classic. And because you can only run one Battle.net client per computer easily, I can't, you know, and I don't have, when I was a kid, maybe I had multiple computers lying around for gaming, but here I just have my one. And so I guess I could afford a second if I need to, but I don't particularly want to buy another computer just so I can mule my own items. Like, how do you mule in Classic? It's like,
not doing it.
you know, so I would like a shared stash in Classic. I would then play Resurrected a lot more, to be honest.
It's funny because one of the things that the devs, you know, talked constantly about with Classic was like, we want to keep Classic still that brutal same that it was, and we don't want to give shared stash because classic players want it to be that brutal classic like experience. And every single person I have talked to that plays classic is like, I want the shared stash. Like that doesn't change it for me, you know?
It's
like,
I think it's because the people making that decision didn't realize that we had essentially a shared stash in Classic back in the day. But you could log multiple clients onto the same account. Obviously not the same character, but you know, you could have your shared stash be your mule because you could pop open a second copy of the game and yeah.
So it's like we had that. You're not like changing any of it. You're just making it worse actually because it's just harder. Yeah. So I think you have a lot of really good points. I kind of wish we disagreed more on some things so we could like fight more with it, but we really have a similar.
We'll find something. I'll find some hot takes somewhere.
Yeah, we'll find something.
That's kind of good.
Because going all the way back to the launch, so I got to be a part of the announcement of Diablo 2 Resurrected, which was super cool and super amazing.
That must have been so fun.
Oh, it was super fun. But they didn't tell me until they like reached out with the trailer of the whole piece. And then so they were like, hey, like Alex, we just want you to watch this. They just like sent this thing over and I was like just talking with them and they were like, just put this on and watch it. And it was just the first like Resurrected trailer. And so that like my reaction there is what they used for BlizzCon. And I was like cautious. Like I wasn't like overly crazy excited because in my mind, all I was thinking was, oh God, Warcraft 3 like just had this terrible remaster and now like they're going to try and do it here. And it's just going to be like the same idea, right? I was just like worried about that. But then after that, I got to sit down and like talk with them about it and interview them and ask all the questions. And I got to like hear their thought process. And I was like, oh, I know this game is going to turn out well. Like, and they did a banger job. I mean, again, like you said, they crushed it. 10 out of 10. They did such a good job in
I don't know.
restraint,
Is it 10 out of 10? Like, look at the Amazon's
and
face.
all of the pieces there. And the graphics
like zoom in on the animal's face or
the
fucking animal Amazon's face
as well. It's
like,
funny. I was just playing
that 10 out of 10?
Celeste the other day, which has that pixely style. And at one point the character, I mean at many points, but at one point the character was like really sad and like, you know, hanging over kind of like crying, whatever. But it was like a couple pixels. And it like looked so different. I loved that in my mind I was like getting all the emotion from these couple of pixels, and like you said, my mind was filling in the gaps with it. And so I do kind of still love just the pixel style because it creates that, and it also allows for a little more definition, I feel like. I think that when you look between LOD and D2R, there's more like color pop and more definition of the swap of the pixels as opposed to everything being smooth. That being said,
there's an interesting thing here. So these days, modern 3D games want to do physically based rendering. They want to have the rendering engine do stuff in a way that uses real physics and real light behavior and stuff.
Yeah.
So back in original Diablo 2, you get some blood on the ground. It's a pool of red, right? In a modern game, you get some blood on the ground, and because of light reflecting off it and all the angles and stuff, it's white because there's a reflection of light. And if you look at this at blood on the ground, it looks cool as you move. The light kind of shines around on it. It's amazing we can do this with blood. But it doesn't pop as this is a red pool of visceral blood that's just come out of an enemy I've slain. It's a kind of realistic puddle of stuff on the ground. I can't quite tell because the light's shining on it. And so it's interesting how, because D2R does a whole lot of, you know, modern stuff, you know, it would have been a lot of work for them to also try to keep it faithful to the original graphics. You know, as an example, in these games, in Diablo 2, the monsters are lit so you can see them, even if there's no light facing them. Like, the light is you, and the monster is south of you on the screen, and there's no light down there because you're in a dark dungeon, but you can still see the monster. Whereas in a lot of modern games doing modern graphics, that monster wouldn't have any light on that face you can see, and so you can't recognize what it is. And that's all realistic and spooky, but it's not readable at a glance. And so there's a lot of stuff that original D2 benefits from with its sprite-based model that has kind of been lost in the transition to like high fidelity graphics war stuff that's going on these days.
He's talking about Yanni. He's trying to warn Yanni about Alkaizer. He's warning him.
Sometimes you just think this is more realistic and better looking, but it's not actually like better looking. Like for me, I enjoy it the other way. when, like you say, it's just a pool of red, and I just know like that's just like gross red blood right there, instead of like catching all the reflections of the light and moving, you know, even though, like you say, technically that like is better and looks better, more realistic, right? But it doesn't always have to be realistic. Yeah. So overall, though, I think D2R, they just did a fantastic job. I love the, you know, I love the changes. I love everything that they've done to add in the terror zones. I think was really cool. I do think I disagree on the, I mean, I do and I don't. I like the 22 Nights of Terror. I actually like what they did with it this year.
I don't even know what that means.
I do miss the gambling day. That was just a fun, you know, and it was every like Friday. So it was just like Black Friday, you'd get like 3 of them or something. And it was like a really fun, just like quick little thing. It did ruin a little bit of the economy with it somewhat, but the bots are already ruining the economy. So for me, I'm like, who cares? Let me have a fun day of it.
Fair.
But
I kind of feel that's the thing you could do almost at the end of a season. Like, I know it would fit in with the timing and everything, the holiday aspect of it. But if you're like, okay, guys, season's over, stuff's going back to non-ladder, but we're going to give you a couple of days of craziness.
This is already bad.
Yeah.
At that point, you've announced it's over. It's just a question of how much you care about non-ladder.
Yeah. And, you know, I think a lot of it is for non-ladder anyways, because a lot of dueling and everything exist on non-ladder because, you know, in season, it's like, they go by so fast. Whereas the really cool items that drop once every few months and stuff like that are like getting ported to non-ladder eventually, and then people kind of accumulate them there. So
what do you do?
It does kind of all end up being for non-ladder, I would say, which I think makes it not as big of an issue. But this year they changed it to being like 25% more experience and more zones are terrorized and all of this stuff. And at first I was like super upset about it, but eventually I went and took my level 97.5 Necro and I just leveled him up to 99 in the time. And it was kind of a nice, like, little 22-day period where you could take those characters that were high level and just, like, mass farm, like, just level them, right? It was just, like, a really good, like, leveling time. The whole community kind of came together. They all brought their high-level characters out. And we all just, like, leveled together a little bit you know, enjoy that little boost, which I do think you have to be careful with if you, and I think you talked about this before as well, if you just say, like, every Saturday there's a 2 times experience boost, then people only want to farm on Saturday during that time, and it becomes expected. And if you remove it, then it, you know, like,
I kind of feel that you have to be really careful when you set the rate of experience in a game, or the rate of item drops, or the rate of anything, where naively the players would want it to be higher, because if the experience rate is double, they don't have to play so long. If the item rate is double, they find more stuff. But then what if you double it again and again? There comes a point where even, you know, the most greedy player would acknowledge, oh, this is actually too much. I leveled to 100 with 1 click and I found every item in the game times 10. Too much, right? And so the question is picking a place which is actually fun. And sure, live service games have motivation to make sure players are playing for a long time, because implicitly then they spend more money and that kind of thing. And games that have single player can focus more on providing a cohesive experience, because if a player actually has a good time, they're more likely to review it highly and recommend it to people and all that kind of stuff. So there's pros and cons to all of this. But I feel that changing the rules during an active economy is something I probably wouldn't do myself in any of these games. And so I feel that they've done so many good things with the operation of D2 over the years. Like they've even back in the day when it's overrun by bots and dupes, they're still policing it. They're still trying to fix stuff. They're still working hard. Like, sure, technology is poor and you know, they're overworked and everything, but they're trying. They're trying to run it with integrity. They're doing rollbacks when they need to. And I just feel that the only misstep operationally that happened in D2R was the event stuff. And, you know, thankfully it's very limited in scope. I don't know. I mean, I know it's fun. Like, I'm certain I would probably enjoy it as well. I just kind of feel, get that out of my D2 is my personal feeling.
All right. Well, we maybe have a slight disagreement. That's good.
Nice.
I understand it, though. I understand your point with it completely. But, you know, I think you can have a point where an event goes too far. And I think you can also argue a little bit with the free gambling day that goes too far. Like, I think the infinite gambling started to get a little bit, because I could gamble thousands of circlets in a single day like that, And that's more circlets than I'm going to find for the rest of the year. You know, I do 3 days of that, then like... And so it kind of created this idea of like, why would I ever do gambling at any other time? Because all the time it takes to farm all the gold and then go back and gamble through all that gold. It's just like way too long compared to this freebie. So I do think it did kind of ruin gambling and a little bit of like hunting the rare like circlets.
Imagine what a botter could do with the gambling day, where if they're doing it at speed, like D2R doesn't significantly limit the speed you can gamble if you're acting at superhuman reflexes and can parse the items. Like, you know, with the essentially free aspect of it, because you can generate gold with certain items on that special day. So given that the drop rate of uniques from gamble is low, like a fraction of a percent, that's still only, you know, 15 minutes of someone exploiting the hell out of it. And, you know, I don't know that people have done this, but it feels to me like you're opening the door to that. And a lot of game designers who run online games have to ask the question of, okay, you know, is this good for the game, blah, blah, blah. And then what if people try to automate it? You know, like what can you put in place to slow it down or detect it and that kind of thing?
I'll send you a video after this. There's a video of a bot that would, during the infinite gambling day, just spam. And it would just go... Right, just like, because there, like you said, there was no input delay with it, and so it was buying and selling every, you know, 10th of a second or whatever, and just spamming through circlets over and over and over again, or whatever item they wanted, until it would hit the affixes that they wanted. And I honestly believe this is why they removed the gambling day and changed the event up, because people were just using this like spam mass buy click craziness. And probably just hitting way too many good items and stuff. So
which is a shame that it ruins the fun for other people, of course.
Exactly, but I also think these are like, you gotta, you know, this goes into the idea of like security and guarding the economy and detecting these sorts of things and weeding it all out, right? Like I feel like that's something that you probably have a lot of experience with, is how do you protect against bots and dupes and any, you know, cheats and stuff that would be undermining the economy, right?
Yeah, this is something I've wanted to do a video on. Like, there's been requests for it. I hinted at it in my last video that it's something I'd like to talk about. It's tricky, of course, because I can only really talk about like the common sense ways of doing this, but obviously companies are going to do this because I don't want to step too far into what, you know, GGG is actively doing that I happen to remember from when I was last there. You know, because there's some cool stuff, and if I explain all the cool stuff, then the botters are like, oh, okay, keep going. I'm writing this down.
Yeah.
But there's also a lot of common sense stuff with this, you know, to do with timing of band waves and bits and pieces, you know, like, you know, obvious ways you can use to detect bots, more complicated technical stuff that does or doesn't work. You know, things like kernel level anti-cheat, you know, the pros and cons of that. You know, obviously GGG never used that kind of crap, but there's, you know, there's technical and societal pros and cons of that kind of thing. So it's, I'll do a video at some stage.
Okay.
It is a fascinating area.
Make you go more on that here. Yeah.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
So imagine you can choose between Classic and LOD, and this is the only version you can play for fun. Like, let's say they just remove the other one. You have to choose, I'm locked into Classic or I'm locked into LOD. And I suspect you're picking LOD here, because there's a lot of stuff in LOD. But I'm going to pick Classic.
Wow. Okay.
Do you have any arguments for why you believe LOD is a superior game in terms of fun? So,
sure. So I've played through Classic and LOD, and I've done both recently. I went and played through a Classic Barb, Whirlwind Barb, super recently, and it was an absolute blast. I fell in love with the idea of like my rare weapons that I was using and finding just that rare like spear and stuff. Yeah, it's just like such a cool feeling, right? Like, oh, I just loved it. But the game ended too quickly. And that
it doesn't have enough content?
It doesn't have enough content. I went, I played through, I got my sweet things, and then it was kind of done, right? Like I farmed for a little bit doing like some Mephisto and running around the chaos and all that stuff. And I felt that I just kind of topped out really quickly. And that's something I think LOD provided
My
beyond.
opening heart. That's
So
a good
it's like
item.
the experience of getting to that point.
Well,
I
don't know if it's a good
enjoyed
item, but-
Classic a little bit more.
5 FE?
But
Actually,
after
five,
that
like-
point, I'm like, I kind of want these chase
that's
things
mid-roll
of
too,
going
flying.
after these high runes and going after all of this and these elite items and having that next level
got
of
topped.
upgrade and the next level of gear
Whatever that
and
means.
hell kind of being that extra difficulty with all of that. It just felt like in Classic, I just got to the end and then I just kind of owned it and everything was just like done, you know? So I think that was my biggest
He got topped and he owned
complaint
it.
or my biggest reason that I would pick LOD because I enjoyed the Classic experience a little bit more through. But it just ended so fast. I just, like you said, if you want Spectral Shard, you just get Spectral Shard, right? Like I wanted to find a unique mall and I found my unique mall. I was like,
It's called Bone
all right,
Snurp.
well, now I have it.
Bone Snurp.
and it, you know, I just got all the pieces I wanted quickly. So that is why I would choose it. But I'd love to hear.
You ever had a
Yeah, that's a
Spectral
good
Shard
argument.
in
The
real
amount of
life?
content makes
Like, you
sense,
think
right?
you,
Like, not only
shit
did
your
LOD
pants,
add
and you could've
Act
sworn
5
you shit your
obviously and more
pants like a little
character classes
shark,
and
and
stuff,
there's
but there's
nothing
quite a
there,
lot more
no
build
trace?
depth with things like
You ever had
skills
that?
and so on, and
Yeah.
and
Spectral
a lot
Shard
of chase
too.
stuff to find. I had this problem with the itemization of LOD. Like I made a list of all the changes that they made in LOD. They added jewels, class-specific base types, rune words, crafted items, ethereals, charms, elite uniques. And I went through and I'm like, individually, how do I feel about how each one of these affects Classic? Like if I took Classic and put in jewels, for example, am I happy or not? And going through the list, like I wasn't happy overall. Like, okay, so with jewels, 100% cool, right? Like they were like an upgraded version of gems. I didn't have a problem with jewels. You know,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Whoa.
I mean,
Yeah.
maybe
I
there's
got a
some power
thing.
creep on gems there, but
Oh no,
it
it's
doesn't
gonna
bother me a
poof.
lot.
Minimal. Yeah.
So,
This isn't good.
yeah, not too worried, especially in the context of like runes being insane, like the Eth rune in
That's the
1.09
first
just
SSR
making it so
I've
you always hit,
This
for
is bad,
example. You know,
though.
there's some
I have to click at least once.
fun shit that went on. So, excuse my language. So
I'm
I was
pretty sure
happy
that's
with
like a
jewels.
500 FE
With
item, too.
class-specific base
That's
types,
bugged.
I didn't like them. I felt
I
that
think it's Blade
it
Runner, was it? How much are
restricted
these?
build diversity. I liked previously, like, oh,
What?
you know,
How
I
are
can
they
play a
30
bow
FE?
necro or something. Well, now all the good bows are Amazon only.
What?
And I just didn't
How are
like
they that
the
cheap?
gradual accretion of plus skills everywhere, because the
I
more
would've
plus
guessed, like,
skills I was
500,
getting from
honestly.
items, which was a huge thing in LOD, the more it diluted my
That's
actual
pathetic,
choices on the
honestly.
tree. And because it
I've
was
got the
balanced, so
prices.
plus skills was really good for some skills, you end up with 8 skiller charms in your inventory and a pile of plus skills on your character and this kind of stuff. And it was kind of a one direction way of building.
Yeah.
And it kind of meant that 1 point wonders, you know, you put 1 point in static field and now it's 11 points or 20 points because of all the plus skill stuff. So I didn't love the purpose of class specific base types. I just cringed whenever I found a random druid helm or a barb shield, necro shield or whatever. And I didn't see it as a positive improvement.
Yeah.
Rune words, I think that, you know, obviously it's a cool idea to deterministically work towards something, but the implementation overall, I think, was harmful for the game in terms of the like absolute best in slot kind of stuff that went on.
Yeah,
I think that if you play LOD and say, I'm banned from using rune words, you have more fun, like objectively more fun.
Agreed.
I felt that elite uniques had a similar. The chase is cool, I get that, but the power level of the elite uniques was like rune words that you can't deterministically put together. You just have to hope for.
Back to
and
back?
That's less of a sin, I think, because they're less accessible. And I understand if you find an awesome unique, you deserve to be rewarded and feel good about it. But overall, I felt the power level was possibly too high. I didn't love.
Do I go for
charms.
8?
I felt that there's a problem.
I
have
haven't
with action
X-rated
RPG
one
design,
yet.
which is
Wait, I
the
did
number
earlier,
of
actually.
sources
I did
of
do
stats
one
you have in your
earlier.
character, the
That's
number of
true.
slots of gear. Like way back when World of Warcraft came out, I had more gear slots.
I'm feeling
than
it.
Diablo
I think I
2,
go for
and
X8, I
I felt
believe.
that because of this, the number of things affecting my character was greater, and therefore it was more diluted. Like if I put on a World of Warcraft
long
item
do you
that
wanna
says
be
plus 8 to
banned
spirit,
for?
I can't feel that.
How
And so
long
one
do
of
you
the
wanna
things
be
I love
banned
about
for?
Diablo 1 and early Diablo 2 that we tried hard for in Path of Exile is the feeling that an individual mod on an item you can actually feel in combat. Obviously, in reality, it's hard to, you know, especially these days. But it's a goal to work towards. Like in Diablo, when you put something on, you can feel the impact of that thing, or you go to a different item. And so I felt that with charms, adding like another, you know, with small charms, a lot of slots that you can have on your character that affect you, you know, it's cool for a while, but then there's this thing where like it's taking up valuable inventory space you can be using for, you know, for picking up items. Like, you know, I've seen the way that pro players like you play, where stuff goes straight into the cube, and that's your space. And the only reason for that is because charms can't go in the cube to affect you.
Yes.
And so, and Yeah, so long story short, I wasn't a huge fan of charms, especially the unique ones they've added recently. Well, recently as in, a couple of decades ago. Like Hellfire Torch and Annihilus just being power creep. It's yet another, there's 4 more skills for every character, furthering the previous problem.
Yeah.
And so then there's crafted items, and, I think they're moderately harmless. Like, I don't hate crafted items, but I also feel that, like, the initial implementation of them, and even the current one, is a little boring. Like, I know there's good, like, I forget which one it is. There's the one that uses amethysts that's good these days, that you can find, you can make specific things for.
And stuff, or...
Yeah. I get that, but I just felt overall that the implementation of crafted items could have been done better. And so I gave that one a fail as well. And then finally, ethereals were interesting because there are these cool tricks you can do, like what you mentioned before, where like it's either e-bugging or you're making specific things by upgrading ethereals. And I like the fact that's present in the game. But I still had a negative feeling whenever I find an ethereal item as I'm playing because, oh my god, it's ethereal, and therefore it's worthless to me, And so maybe I was never good enough to be able to identify the good ethereals, because everything has a purpose in this game, and I was never at the level where I recognized the purpose of that. But as a player, I kind of failed everything up.
No way, this is a Giga one. Holy fuck, it's this is prime as fuck, man.
And so I'm left kind of with the same conclusion you came to, where I was having a blast at Classic, and I love the fact that LOD has a lot more content. There's more classes to play, skills to do, builds to make, acts, and so on, which helps a lot. But I also felt that whenever they went and actually added a feature to LOD, like even things like mercenaries moving between acts, a lot of that is very cool. You actually get a mercenary you care about and so on. But eventually that just became an aura stick.
You have at least 2 Agititos.
And yeah, I just feel there's like slight drawbacks to each one of these LOD things.
I mean, I think those are all amazing points.
Agitito build.
I disagree with some, but I think I can understand from your reasoning how you can feel that way. I'll go through that list, myself with it. Jewels, I think you're spot on. I think jewels are totally fine. I like them as an addition. Class specifics, the only one I really have a problem with is the Paladin. Giving easy access to a 4 open socket shield early in the game for Spirit is busted. And then being able to get up to 45 all res on it is absolutely bonkers. I mean, I think that's just like ridiculous.
So you don't have as much of a problem with like necro heads and druid helms and bath helms and stuff?
I don't, because they're kind of cool. Like they become, again, that fun chase item when you're trying to make a rune word and you're like, if I can make a rune word with plus, like plus to bone spear on the wand,
monsters remove
and then I now get my white wand with the additional bone spear, or going for a barb helm and you want it to, right? It's like, there's really cool chases that you have with it. And you're just excited. Like I always find myself really excited when I'm a druid and I find a druid helm. When I'm a barb and I find a barb helm. When I'm a necro and I find a necro head. Because it gives me that small chance that when I'm playing through, I get that plus to teeth addition, or I get that plus to battle orders on the helm, or whatever it is I want. And it's not a big enough creep that I have too much of an issue. And it's worthwhile in the playthrough.
At the end of the round, so
for that, I do enjoy them a lot. Except again, the Paladin shields are just too good. That just giving 45 all res on a shield is insane. That's just way too strong.
At the end of the round, if you have 2 bones and
a little issue I had is like, as a character, as a player who wanted to make bow characters across a lot of different classes, I had this issue where the bows for the Amazon that were good were different than the bows for the other classes, if you see what I mean. You'd have a situation where, like you get a really good Hydra bow that's rare. Obviously, you wouldn't care about that because there's better, elite rune words and all that uniques. But if you were to find one that was really good as a rare, the Amazons aren't going to be interested because there's matriarchal bows or whatever they're going to be using instead. And it created this issue where like a bow isn't a bow for me. And this is a subtle kind of taste thing. Like I get your argument. For you, when you're playing through, you're getting really positive experiences with these items. And I just kind of felt that mine was negative at the time. But this was also, I was playing through in an era that spawned early Path of Exile, which was incredibly classless, Until Ascendancy classes, Path of Exile was blank slate Magic the Gathering style, put whatever you want in. And that was a cool way of building that game. It made it stand apart from other action RPGs. It had the whole you could do everything thing. And that was very much my mindset back then, which I think is one of the reasons why I was so sour on class-specific bases. But hearing your argument, I agree, it's pretty harmless.
Like some base monsters
and I can understand with bows. I'd say bows are probably the second offender, because something like helms, it's like a barb helm that has a chance to have
I
some
guess he
plus
can poof,
skills of the
honestly.
barb on it. No other class is like
Give me
jealous of
do I
that
need
or
a
in a
magic
way,
bomb?
right? You
Yeah, I
don't
need a
find
magic
something you're
bomb.
like, oh, the barb on it,
It's
right?
ain't that good though, right?
But when you have like the bows with the +3 to bow and crossbow skills on it, like
So,
okay,
one
now
group of
that
monsters in 31.
is feeling a little like
Same rarity.
extra powerful maybe. So I can understand how that can ruin some other bows a little too much. But less of an issue still for me. The pally shields are still the big one.
I think I'd rather have one rare.
The elite
Give me a magic
uniques,
mob, that's what I want.
I
Magic mob.
don't think went
got one.
too
Decent.
far. The rune words of the top end go too far, but the elite uniques I feel like really don't, and add some great chase. And even when you get to some of
one
the
group
top
of
ones,
monsters
like a
plus
Griffin's or a
1d4.
Death Fathom, they're like pretty dang rare. They have rolls on them that are pretty
Guess I have to click
substantial,
this.
where
Kinda
like
good.
if it's a bad roll, it's still not always going to be the best. And you know, I do wish there was still some stuff beyond those of like rares and blues,
would be
but I
decent.
like the chase of the elite uniques. I think it extends the game a lot for me.
On a sorceress, do people use
sorceress.
anything other than Shaco or potentially Tarash's mask these days? I don't know my Sorks well enough.
So
The-
220s are going to be generally like your best in slot will be that. You could also use Nightwings if you're you know, a cold source. You could use Flickering Flame if you're a fire source. That's a new rune word they added with some, you know, minus fire enemy fire res and stuff, and plus fire skills, and I think maybe. And so you could use like, there's a few options, but like generally you're like really good like PvP helms are going to be your 220 sources because they're going to get you the FCR frames and the plus skills.
Like one group.
And if you're not a light source, then you know you don't care about the Griffins, right? Pieces. So
I see what you mean. I kind of feel that I was approaching my dislike for elite uniques from, you know, rare items are sitting dead in the corner of the room, and elite uniques and rune words are both holding baseball bats.
Yes.
And I'm like, okay, you guys don't like you anymore. You killed my friend, you know?
yeah. love.
But it's the point you made earlier where if elite uniques right now are right at the top of the power level, and if they were slightly lower compared to where rares could be,
Yes.
then you still get,
like one group
you know, the
monsters
best
plus
in slot
31.
item is a theoretical rare, and you get it infrequently. It's a good place for it to be then.
Yeah. I think it needs to be enough where the elite uniques and rune words fit in that middle to high gap. They're enough to clear that content, but then there's always
It's
a
like,
good
okay,
chase
could've been
beyond.
better, though. I
And
need
you
a
get
little bit
them
more RNG.
often enough, but not too often.
Yeah.
Right.
60.
Yeah.
But it's not. But
That's what
it's
I've had in a
something that you
while.
can go achieve.
It's that age-old determinism versus RNG thing in action RPGs, where if you go purely RNG, some players have a bad time, right?
Yes.
And players can't rely on stuff. And if you go too determinism, then it's just
I
a
got the
treadmill
boss
where you
guy.
get your best in slot and tick it off, and
I'm
you're
on
done with that
HP right now,
season.
though.
And so, you know, a hybrid is useful.
Yeah, exactly. Charms, I think you're pretty spot on. Charms kind of suck. Charms are cool in,
Why am I stuck still?
in a
I'm like trying to
playthrough
move for like ages.
when
Like,
you're
fuck off
moving
with that
through and you
shit.
find a charm and it's like plus 30 to
You know what
fire
I
res
mean?
grand charm and
Like,
you're
I
like,
paid for
yo,
the
this is
game.
cool. Like my fire res is kind of
Do not
weak
ever
right
raid
now.
me.
And getting like building up the charms, I think is interesting. I think there's too much space for charms. You get too many charms. It becomes too much, like you're saying, too many sources. And you want, and like limiting, the more you limit those sources, the more power you feel from each source. And I think that's a really great point that you made. So I think there's too many. And my biggest issue is it takes up the entire inventory. I really wish there was a charm bag that was like a 4x4 charm bag or something. And that was where charms went. And
I like the fact you have a restricted view of how large it's there as opposed to a whole inventory, because a thing that I've noticed junior designers do, I've had a lot of people to work on Path of Exile in the past, and the thing people will bring up is we should add charms. And I'm like, yeah, but you know, the problems. And they're like, right, but if we have a separate big inventory, and it's always a big inventory,
always
and that
big.
has the too many sources problem. So I'm
Is
glad
that sea
you're
splitter
looking at
shit?
this is like going back to 2006 era planning, but we had this idea that you would unlock these altars in towns in Path of Exile. This never made it past a design doc. And on an altar, you can put one charm-like object, and there's different size altars. And so you gradually unlock slots, but it's done at a very slow pace.
Yeah.
It never made it in, there's many reasons for that. Eventually, Sanctum used a similar kind of mechanic where you have space that you expand, Sanctum being a league that we did, where you've got space that you expand that you can put passive bonuses in, but because that only affected your league stuff, it was not adding too much extra stuff to your actual character.
Gotcha. Yeah, and I mean, I think that's, one of many possible solutions that you can go with. You just, I think there's a variety of ways that it can be good, but I agree, it's probably my least favorite thing of LOD outside of like the too powerful runewords. Like runewords like Spirit and stuff are just like my least favorite thing. But then dropping down a step, it's Charms, because it takes away one of the coolest parts of the game, which is picking items up into my inventory, like going around and picking things up. Now I have a little cube, a little 3x4 space, and that is my inventory.
Watch this one on 8x.
Because you can't sack all the power. Like, if the power is there and available, you need to play with the power. And so it's very much disliked.
So how do you feel about ethereals and crafted items then?
Crafted items, I think they could do more with. It is really cool when you see the really interesting crafted items. Like, there are many super stacked builds that I've played.
I think crafted items are kind of dumb, because
and I mean, these are like
just
crazy expensive.
A better rare, right?
Where I have these like crafted rings, crafted
items,
belts, crafted
item
boots that are so specifically built
right? So
just for this ES source or just for whatever, and it is fantastic. But it's so hard to craft something in Diablo 2. Like, it's so just random, and you're just, you just like buy a bunch of perfect amethysts. You get 40 perfect amethysts, 40 Ral runes, 40 jewels, and 40 amulets, and you just roll through it. And it's fun rolling through it, but man, you don't hit anything a majority of the time, And a little bit of this is also because the strength of something like Mara's and the strength of, like some of these items that exist, like, you have to beat that, and it's so hard to beat that.
Yeah.
I think the crafting is a very simple system. I think PoE has a much more intricate and like cooler crafting system, and I think a lot of other games do as well. Last Epoch as well has a much better craft. Like, Diablo 2 has a very basic crafting system in it, and I'm not sure it's great, but I enjoy
I see the crafting system in D2 to be mostly gambling, if you know what I mean. Like,
yeah, it's just
it's kind of like oh, by that I meant the way of getting items without killing monsters in D2 is the gamble screen.
Yeah.
in a lot of versions, it was quite punchy.
Yeah. So it's an okay system. Now, ethereals I think are actually amazing, and I love that they brought Eth into the game. One, it gives you a fun chase. It's like sometimes you want to chase down certain uniques to be ethereal, right? Like, Death Cleaver is a really good item. Ethereal Death Cleaver is a really cool item, and now it's only a 5% chance on this already really rare item, but if you hit it and you Zod it, it's like a really just like cool feeling. So it kind of has style points to it, but then there are plenty of use cases where it's good. And then additionally, with the mercenaries being able to use ethereal items and them not break, now that also gives you that chase for the ethereal armors and helms and weapons that you can bring over to the mercenary for an additional boost. So
I think you're right. Yeah, I think this conversation has changed my mind about ethereals. I'm actually a bit more excited now.
Perfect.
So that's good.
There we go. I got you to change on one of them.
I just had the, playing when LOD came out and being at face value annoyed at ethereal items. What are these? More damage. Oh wait, it's temporary. Players hate temporary, right? They love the idea of permanent progress, even though in leagues or seasons it's all temporary anyway. Yeah. But they want their build to stick around.
There's definitely
cool. Yeah.
The small hate when you like find your first Shaco and it's ethereal, and you're like, that's like the only like. Come on. That is solvable with this doesn't exist, of course, but if there was a cube recipe that de-etherealed something, that would kind of solve that problem. But in a way, I kind of don't like providing the band-aids for that. Like, no. I think you provide too many band-aids and it's, you ruin
my mind goes there immediately. Oh, well, the solution is add this thing because, that's how we had to operate in Path of Exile. Whenever there's a problem, you have to ask the question of how would we solve this if we wanted to provide a way of changing it.
Yeah.
And you know, that's a game full of options, and that's a cool thing because players do crazy transformations of items from one thing to another, chaining all these things together. And I kind of feel that Diablo 2's got a bit more simplicity to how it works, and so there's an elegance there of it's easier to understand the entire picture in one go.
Yeah.
Even though some of it's still a bit esoteric, you know, item levels and that kind of stuff.
Sure. Yeah, I do love some of that piece. Like, if you get an item and you socket it in your cube and you want it to be 4 sockets and it rolls 5 sockets, now you have a 5-socketed item. Like, that's it. Like, you don't get to go back. You don't get to unroll sockets. You can't change the sockets from 5 to 4. You have a 5-socket item, and it's trash, or you can use it for something else, or whatever. But, like, that's what you get. And that kind of adds to the beauty, you know?
Yeah. The cool part about it, though, is that the materials used for all of the socketing and stuff, they're not exactly like, you know, put a Zod rune in to do this.
Right.
We're talking like, you know, perfect amethyst, for example. And the fact that amethyst is therefore worth more than the other gems is a cool piece of knowledge.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's this cute asymmetry where it creates this thing where you're constantly, throughout the early difficulties, finding items that it would value to you later.
Yeah.
You know? And I don't know whether that means that in a ladder rush, someone's going to pick up flawless amethysts and keep them in their stash because that's technically good later on, but they may do. I don't know. But that's a decision they have to make based on their own time and stuff.
Yeah, and you will find some people will and some people won't. And it also depends on what do they care about in the later stages. Like, do I care to craft this Emmy later on? Man, maybe not. To somebody else, maybe they do. A lot of people love picking up flawless gems, cubing them into perfect gems, and re-rolling grand charms or re-roll, you know, doing whatever stuff with it. Yeah.
So there was an aspect to item acquisition in Classic that we haven't talked about, which I think is quite interesting, which is that A, you could gamble uniques much more easily, like a 3% chance.
Yeah.
B, there was the rules to do with if you had a unique in the game, you couldn't gamble it, it would go to the next in the sequence. Like, you know, to get a Sodge, you have to have the other 2 rings available.
Yeah.
But that meant that if you can gamble rings for 48k, and there's a 3% chance of getting a Sodge,
right, this one's
because you've
gonna
got
be
the
the
other 2
Duke one.
rings, and half the realm doesn't know
X3.
that you need the other 2 rings, so they're just gambling, you know, Nagel rings over and over.
Bam.
Yeah.
Your gold turns into Stone of Jordans, and these items are all pre-patch ones that don't have level requirements.
How long do you want to be
and so
banned
they're useful
for?
for twinking. Like back then, a Stone of Jordan can be equipped at level 1, and even carried on into the expansion without a level requirement, you know, as a non-ladder item.
Yeah.
And so there was just this cool thing where you'd have uniques, and like you make a new paladin, and level 1 they get a bone snap if they've got enough strength. And so it was this really cool twinking thing where your first character was a slog, and then your second one was powered up by all of the stuff, and it was kind of easy to acquire them. So that was a cool aspect of Classic that was essentially shut down in LOD when they said, as you stated earlier, they turned off gambling of uniques for a while, and then it came back at an insanely low rate.
Yeah.
They basically shut the door on that one.
Yeah. Now it's 1 in 2,000 chance to gamble a unique, 1 in 1,000 chance to gamble a set, and they also, like you said, changed it where having that unique doesn't remove it. And it doesn't go in order either. So originally it was the first unique you would gamble of a ring would be a Nagel ring, and then a Mantled Heel, and then an SOJ.
Yeah, rubber band that guy?
Just kept those with your character.
Yes.
But that also, I feel like it. You know, Diablo 2, it was for the better to change that. In the way of Diablo 2 is more like a gamble, right? Like everything is like a gamble in all the different places. And so when you start adding in all these like deterministic pieces as you're like going through.
I agree that 1 in 33 gambles being a SOJ at that stage is crazy high, right? Like, you know, this could be 1 in many hundreds, or even the 1 in 1,000 kind of odds.
Yeah.
It was just interesting. There are cool quirks about how you get certain things that, you know, which then got lost when they're like, nope, it's just randomized. And
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I do think that's true with like a lot of games, and especially a lot of the older games. It's really fun to
add some monsters.
have that knowledge and have all the fun ways of knowing the quirks and knowing ways that you can twink your low-level characters and do all these things. And I don't know if you played the demo that came in Diablo 2, but there was like a little really early on, you could just go out and get the little demo CD, and it would just play through to Bloodraven. That was as far as you could go, and you were a barbarian. And there was all sorts of like fun little wacky stuff you could do. And And like,
Yeah, because everyone's limited to level 1 barbs. I think this is the same build they used for the online stress test, because they had a full beta of Act 1 with all the classes, and that was just for restricted people. And then they wanted to thrash the servers, so I think it's the same build as the demo. I remember getting a key from some guy on.
It's the same piece. Yeah.
I got a key from some guy on IRC, and
IRC.
so much fun
holy
back
moly.
then, because I'd been waiting for D2 for so long. Like, years of watching them gradually tease information, and then I got to play the stress test, and it was just so perfect. And my favorite item acquisition story, like literally my favorite story of finding an item from the entire history of my gameplay in D2 was during the stress test. So let me know, is this the same as the demo you played? It was level 1 barbs. Sorry,
Yes.
You can make barbs with only level 1 skills, capped at Bloodraven, and that meant that everyone's just running around bashing each other, or bashing the monsters. It was hard to get to level 8 or 9 for PvP. And so like some players, I wanted to play a bow barb, because I wanted to be an Amazon. And so people worked out you could maybe gamble a good rare longbow or something like that. It was the one, the highest one that was available at the Gambler. I tried to do that and managed to get Ravenclaw, the unique, and I didn't see anyone else with this bow, but it fires explosive arrows. So while everyone else is hitting each other with bash, I've got explosive arrows, and it just felt like I was king of the server, because I've got this thing that no one else has, and they don't know how to get it. And
And everybody's just wondering, like, your arrows are exploding, and they're like, "What is happening right now? Has he hacked the game? Does he do
Yeah, there's this path there where me getting lucky on that gamble probably leads to Path of Exile existing, right?
But because that starts it, and then you're like, you can be a barbarian who can have a bow, who can fire explosive arrows. That creates the whole classless identity of Path of Exile.
But also the addiction to just wanting good items to, because Path of Exile is meant to be fulfillment of you've got good shit and other people, excuse me, language, other people don't have it, right? Like it's this idea that, you found cool items, you've got them, they're yours, and, you've achieved this, and other people are hoping to be like you one day. And that was a feeling I got in this random stress test.
I never
it also
played
taught
the
a valuable
stress
lesson.
test.
Which I'm sure you've seen in action RPGs as well.
All I remember from
you can
D2
draw a
was the
line
game kept
anywhere in
getting
the game.
delayed,
It's
like
like
they
this is the
announced it
end
for,
game
like,
now. In this
1999
case,
or
it's
some
the
shit.
Cold
I don't
Plains
fucking remember
or whatever.
exactly what day.
And then people still grind out the ladder. They still kill the final boss and hope for good items.
That's what I remember.
I
pre-ordered.
it's pretty cool to see what happens when you restrict an action RPG to a certain place and see how people evolve to deal with that as the new end of the game.
You know what I mean, Yanni?
In the D2R beta stress test, they did the same thing where they limited it at Act 2, Duriel.
Oh, interesting. The end of Act 2.
The end of Act 2. And so me and a group, we grinded just Tower Ash's tombs all the way to level 30 so we could access the level 30 skills. And like it was the same idea of getting to level 9 in the early start where it's just like no experience, but we just fought over and over and over again to do it. And then we found ways to make Spirit and Insight, which normally in Act 2 normal you're never ever getting. Nobody else has ever done this.
How do you get the basis for that?
Yeah, so you have to go specifically, there's one monster type that when it spawns unique in Talrash's tomb will be a high enough level, but obviously the boss only drops magic plus items, so just the minions of the zombie boss type within Talrash's tombs can drop a white broadsword or crystal sword or one of the polearm bases. And then you have to chance it in your cube, 50-50 chance basically, to get the 4 sockets. And then you farm hard enough to get all the runes and cube everything up with the runes to get to the runes.
Next level autism.
So you can make Insight and you can make Spirit. And in the same way, they set an end game of the end of Act 2 here, and we pushed it to its maximum and had an absolute blast. Just doing this insane stuff that
that's like a Super Saiyan.
And I think I got the same lesson from it, which is like you don't have to endgame can be anywhere.
How much are
if you set it at the Cold Plains, like the end of the Cold Plains, people will still get to that point and grind and hit really cool items. And I think it also goes to show just how cool the itemization is in Diablo 2, where you're like excited to try and grind these items up that are just these basic little items, and then maybe you go gamble at Ravenclaw and just have a blast.
It's a little like low-level dueling in a way, right? Like LLD's got some level number that it's locked at, and so there's a whole economy of making perfect items among there. And you know, there's a lot of numbers between 1 and 99 in D2 in terms of where you could cap item level at. And so there's a lot of places you could draw a line and have an end game. It's almost worth like having like arbitrary event rules, if you know what I mean. Like if, you know, we'd obviously need like a scene for it, but you could say, okay, guys, we're only allowed to play in Act 1, 2, and 3, or only allowed to do these 2 difficulties. Like no hell allowed, it's just nightmare is the maximum or whatever. And to see how it evolves. Obviously, the earlier on, the more interesting it is, because then you've got, you know, less of the game to work with.
Yeah. I've always liked the idea of having within a game just like that exact idea, and it be balanced with like gear and things like that. So it's like you can only be level X, you can only wear normal items or exceptional items, and then you're doing this whole chase of trying to find these awesome normal items and what's the best you can get on a normal item, you know, and like just all sorts of, again, adding value in these weird, strange ways that enhance it beyond just whatever the top end piece is. And I think this is also a way to combat things like Enigma, or combat things like, you know, any of the high end rune word, Fortitude and Spirit. Well, Spirit's low level, but you know, you can just cap these and you can say these don't exist. And when the game itself has a feature like that, I think it's almost even cooler, because the community obviously can create, you know, they do create rules where they're like, grief is banned in duels. Like if you're doing a Zeal versus Zeal build, grief is just banned. Fortitude is just banned, because they want people to actually like use cool rares instead of just everybody uses grief.
What you almost want is like a kind of like a modding framework for simple rules, like not crazy mods, but like you may only equip magic items. The only weapon you may use is throwing items or whatever, right? Or, you know, you can only deal poison damage. All of these kind of things where, because it's simple, it could be easily implemented, and it's a specifiable thing where people come up with a set of rules, and if people like it, it's got like a separate ladder for that mode, if you know what I mean. Yeah, and like then they can just choose to join it, and the system enforces it. Yeah, exactly. And because it's enforced, there's no funny business. You don't have to do it on stream, if you see what I mean. You can just play it. And you get all these strategies of like, oh yeah, if you're using only throwing items, the best thing to do is this and this and this. And you know, you've seen the challenge videos people do, including yourself in D2, where there's some, you know, like there was, I forget which talented content creator did it, but it was the one where they had to one-hit every monster they played in Diablo 2. You know, they have to, you know, they're not allowed to, they have to restart the area if they don't successfully do it with one hit. And that's like a crazy contrived rule, but, you know, it shows how we're doing 1,000 damage to a boss in one go and how you build a character around that. Yeah. No, that was Zarfin. That's right. Zarfin did that, and that was just an insane... But it's a fun challenge, and then you have challenges like gambling only and stuff, and it's like, well, you could very easily create it where items are only available from gambling, right? Like that could be a super easy mod, and then okay, so now you just go collect the gold, and then you gamble all your items, and everybody's just gambling their items, and then you get to see this like fun end interaction when people play enough of it, of what do people end up with, D2 and how are they fighting with these gambled only like characters. I think that'd be a super cool modded build, like something somebody could build into a game where they have that, you know, available. I think it would be moderately low effort, and I mean, it's one of those things that helps the most in Diablo 2's current position, where people are doing challenge runs to make it interesting and so on. It helps because they're not dumping massive amounts of live service content. Obviously, in a game like, say, Path of Exile, where there's a new expansion coming out at whatever time, there's your content. There's no need to create as many arbitrary challenge modes. Right. But, you know, there's systems like private leagues in that game that people play in this kind of way, where they chuck a bunch of hard modifiers on. And, you know, I know that system well, having set it up, so it would be very easy for them if they chose to. Not that I'm saying they should, but, you know, they could add these kind of restrictions in there. They could they could add 100, you know, in a few days, and then it takes a while to test them all, and then people could compete on those, which is pretty cute. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's I mean, I was gonna say private leagues I know are pretty popular. People enjoy a lot of the private league stuff that you know you added there. So. Yeah, I doubt this probably shouldn't be viewed as a development priority when they have a lot of other stuff to, you know, quite an insane schedule of releases going on. So yeah, they have a lot. I can sympathize with that one. They got a lot busy times over there. Yeah. All right. Well, we're coming up on like 2 hours, so I wanna talk on one more piece, and then I'll let you go here. So recently you talked about pay to win, in the economic integrity and being in the game, and
I would like to argue against you that cosmetics are a form of pay to win, because
I saw your argument on this, yeah.
yeah. So you saw my
Can you
argument.
please restate it, yeah.
But I will restate it for the people watching just here. I can also link that video down below.
Classic.
That winning in an ARPG is really just looking cool. Like there is some winning if you're racing for top of the ladder. You know, you want to be first to level 99 or 100 or whatever it is. And there's some winning in some other ways, having the cool item. But the look, I feel, is such an important winning piece of the game. And if someone is able to bring in outside influence and cash into this and now buy their way to looking cooler than me, who's investing my time, it creates the class dynamics that I feel you were arguing is trying to be gotten rid of, where someone can buy an item to then be faster than me or be more powerful than me, and that shows class dynamics. Here it's the same idea. I can't look as cool as the person that is richer than me in the real world, even if in the game I've invested more time and I'm richer than them and have more items and all of these pieces. And so that is my argument, is that you are not, when you introduce the cosmetics with monetization, you are not allowing for you are allowing for that classism to exist within the game that existed from outside of the game.
Yep. So normally here,
What the
people
fuck
reply
is he
with, I think you're
talking
100%
about?"
right. They are then about to like argue it and not actually take the point. But I legitimately think you're 100% right. When I was doing my video on economic integrity and when creating Path of Exile, the economy was defined as progression and items and stuff that deals damage and affects the actual gameplay aside from the cosmetics.
Right.
And that was because with the business
What is
model of
that?
that
Stellar
game,
investment?
it needed to generate money somehow, and it
It's a
wanted
real
to be a free
item?
game, and it didn't want to sell progression
100 FE?
and items and so on. So the only option left is
roll?
donations or selling
My roll's
cosmetics.
good, I think.
And you know, it's not like, put it this way, selling actual power, of course, is crossing a major line and
Looks
makes
like
people
this is
uninterested in the
Raj.
game,
Yes, the
whereas
most,
people are still pretty interested in playing a game with cosmetics because they still get the non-cosmetic competitive aspects.
Yes.
But you're completely right that in the competition that involves looking cool, that is a game where a rich
is
person
this,
in real life
actually?
is going to look very cool. And in an ideal world, a game would be really pure and not sell cosmetics and not sell any other form of power, and ideally
it's
not
worth
sell
that
anything.
much, is it?
But then,
Like, those are the
how
ones
do you
that
get
matter,
the tens
I
of
think,
millions of dollars
but-
to make a game like that? And an answer is you put it in a box and sell it, and the people are buying the fact that this is a clean game that doesn't have that kind of stuff in it. And
I feel like that's not even
in
gonna
that
sell
kind of
that
business
price,
model,
honestly.
it's the kind of game that can have a single player mode, it can have online mode, you know, if it's done in a relatively cost-effective way. And it becomes a very clean kind of thing, which we will note here is exactly what Diablo 2 is.
Yeah.
They sold it to us in a box with free online play, single player, and no cosmetics that are provided, you know, for money. And you just play it, and you look cool if you win the game, basically, and you get cool stuff. Or if you put, like, you know, sapphires in your armor and go blue.
Yeah.
So that was what I did. Anyway, so I completely agree. It's just that for a thing like Path of Exile, which wants to be free and wants to be the live service kind of thing, you know, cosmetics are the harmless thing to sell. And so that's how it ended up there. I fully think they should keep on selling cosmetics. There's some cool stuff, but people just need to understand with that game, you know, if you want to look really cool, you know, people are going to look cooler than you if they have spent more money or got more cool cosmetics. I think there's room for games that do acknowledge that cosmetics are one of the things you're working towards from a gameplay point of view, and if they're not in the shop, and then the things you can find in the game world, and that's even more rewarding to actually play the game and get a cool look out of finding a cool item. Yeah. So yeah, I actually do completely agree that, you know, with my mindset on, like, you know, loving Diablo 2, that is a really attractive thing for me.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad to hear that. And I also recognize that it doesn't always make sense, because if you're trying to do a free-to-play game, that you have to have some, right, if you're going to make this game, there has to be some point where it gets monetized in some capacity. And I do think it is the harmless spot. I think it's more harmless than the stash tabs, which I think is another one where I'm like, ooh, now we're getting a little extra into the pay-to-win-ish, you know. Great.
Yeah. Stash tabs are certainly a functional purchase, and that they do something that affects item storage. And, you know, the extent to which they do depends on how many are offered for free and how much itemization there is in the game and all that kind of stuff. You know, there's a whole long debate there, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, I understand. The unfortunate the reality is, like, a lot of people say, well, why didn't you just plan Path of Exile to be a thing that people pay for up front? They clearly want to, considering that the betas that were run for the different Path of Exile major releases, including Path of Exile 2, do require an upfront purchase to get into, you know, limit player numbers or whatever the rationale is.
I don't know what he does
that,
genuinely really like, other than
that's successful. But when Path of
D2.
Exile was being developed initially, we stood no chance of having anyone in the world care about us or buy a box copy unless it was free. Like, there was so much stigma attached, you know, to indie online games. They were generally just so bad that it was impossible to get anyone to care unless you could say, just try it, and they do, and they go, oh, I kind of like this. And, you know, we were fighting an uphill battle with a non-funded team from New Zealand, just making it, you know, as well as we could. We hadn't made games before. Like, you know, free was the only way we could go, and that meant we needed the monetization model, which has proven well. It's you know, I think overall it worked out really well for the project, and it's, you know, it's still going well, which is really good to see. And I obviously didn't expect it to grow into the size of game that it has done, which is a great thing, but it's good that it did.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall it's the best case scenario of how it went. I think that was the way that you could get in and create this game. I know I tried it. I loved the beta, right? And part of why I tried it is because it was free. And I was like, yeah, sure, why not? Like, I'll hop in. And in college, I would run around, and I just had a great time. And
have a rare boss.
So like, and it's progressed super well, and everybody defends it. Everybody loves it. Like, it's done extremely well. So regardless of my complaints of it being that, I think it, you know, in the end, it was the best way that you guys could have gone. And so, you know, it worked out really nicely.
Have you thought or talked about the monetization for your project that you're working on?
So it is going to be no cosmetics sold, probably just like, the goal of my game is not to make a lot of money. It is to sustain, hopefully. So it'll be kind of out of the box, you know, just buy it for like $9.99. And then I've thought of the ongoing being just like a little like basic supporter badge, right? Like next to your name. But the main idea is just like kind of donations towards new features. So I'll just put up kind of goals within there, and you can go and like
do a good one, right?
Donate essentially towards this goal of, okay, if you know, we hit $10,000 or whatever it is, then I'll work on adding in this next feature to the game, sort of stuff. So kind of just like something to sustain in that way. The actual way that it would go through is there'll be a boss that only dies to money, doesn't drop anything whatsoever except maybe a sense of pride and accomplishment or something. But
very nice.
Yeah, the only way you can hurt him is by throwing money at him. But it's just like a funny way to like tip in the game. It won't actually, you know, you don't get it.
It doesn't drop anything, right?
Yeah, it doesn't drop anything. It's just, he just laughs at you until you hurt him with cash, and then he gets hurt, something stupid like that. So, yeah. So I've just thought about like, you know, funny, cute things like that.
What
but
is this?
The idea,
this run is bright.
I still think, you know, for my game does come back to like, I can't like sell cosmetics
numbers went up,
because I just love so much when you work hard in a game and then you look cool. Like you earn that skin from just grinding forever, and then you're that guy going around with the bow that shoots.
Listen enough. It's only 2 minutes left anyway till the end. All right. Thanks, Mr. Llama and Chris Wilson, for running my stream for 2 hours. Anyway, Corgo is an evil dog. I'll be honest, I'm not sure if I felt like I got anything out of listening to them talk, but you know, as someone who played a lot of D2, like a fuckload of D2, I don't know if I really felt like I got anything out of that, listening to that for 2 hours. Not really a podcast guy though, or whatever. Corgo. Just some audio diarrhea for a little bit, it's fine. Picture this. A lone baby Corgo. And then the demonic evil version known as Kogo. That's Kogo. He's an evil Corgo. That's Kogo. Do you understand the truth now about Kogo? He's an evil Corgo. He's an evil Kogo. He's an evil Kogo. He's an evil Kogo. What is that? 20 Flame Elementium will drop when completing the map. I mean, okay, sure, I guess, whatever. Just 20 FE, dude. Log in. Wait, that chest sold for 250. Interesting. I wasn't expecting that, but cool. It's Kogo. He's a baby. We're ramping, dude. Gotta get monies. I'm thinking about buying Lone Walkers. I don't know, like, just save up till I can buy them. 20 FE login. What is this one? Something about extra embers. I don't even think that one's that special though. Gain more investing in the mana stack? I don't know what you're saying. Mana stack uses Lone Walkers. That's the point. It works on both builds, right? So. Items that can be used on both setups, that are really good on both setups, are like ideal. So like a shadow quantity weapon claw, like a main hand for both builds, would be nice to have. Because they work on both builds. I think Consumptory Life actually might be fun on both builds, honestly, because it's an extra aura. I'd have to look though, 100%. Just anything that works on both builds is good to buy. That's why they call him Kogo. Kogo. He's an Evo Dog. Everybody knows he's an Evo Dogadeth. He's an Evo Dogadeth. Oh no, Evo Dogadeth. Evo Dogadeth. Oh no. I mean, I like a lot of old games, but I still genuinely feel like just, there's a lot of really good games made every year. Like, really good games. And there's a ton more of mid-tier games. Like, games in general are still much, much better than, you know, Giga Boomer days, for sure. Like, people talk about fucking stupid shit like fucking EverQuest, man. Like, there's infinitely better games to be played still. a lot of good games that come out every single year. You know what I mean, Kogo? Yeah, you have to remember you're a Krogunkian combatant of a Grand Krogunkian war tribe. Remember that, Brad. You Krogunkian fuck. You understand me, boy? You're a foolish mortal fool. You are a foolish mortal fool. You Krogunkian fuck. Krogunkian fuck. Brad is a Krogunkian man. Krogunkian lad. Krogunkian man. It's not even Minecraft, too. It's not made by the same guy who made Minecraft, right? I don't know anything really about it. I just looked at it for a second. I'm assuming it's not made by the Minecraft guy, though, right? The guy's, like, cooked out of his mind or whatever. That one, thing didn't ever sell, did it? Yeah, this. Let's lower it to 200. Maybe it sells that at 200. Oh no. What do we got here? Oh, this looks kind of good. When you have at least 2 pass plus 45 quant to odd monsters each time you add a monster. Awaken one immediately? That's pretty good. Sure, why not? I need to add pests though. Fuck. I need to add pests. When you have at least 3 pests, add pests. Select one group of mobs, mutate it into a pest. Select one group, mutate it to the mob. That's not good either. Select one group of mobs. Select one group of mobs. Give me pest adding, fucker. They're like fucking me up too much. Dude! Hello? Give me pest. I'm getting trolled. There's one. Okay. Ramping a bit now. Took a while to get it set up though. Select one monster, you get some heart juice. So this is like, when you have at least 3 groups of pests, add 1 pest and add quantity. It would be nice to have something that consumes them, right? Select 1 to 2 groups, remove them. Well, I don't know what that means. High pixel or whatever. Is that a good thing? Select 1 to 2 groups of monsters and fuse them into a group of pests. What happens when I do this? Is it bad? Well, become a normal base one. I guess it is kind of bad. Mutate them into rare monsters. Move monsters to their left. Select one group. Kogo was so evil, he's truly the baby dog. Plus 25 quantity. This could have been good if I had the thing for like pest consumption, where it like keeps ramping. Just missing one thing. Was missing one thing. Unlucky. Because like I don't have like a thing to tick through. It's just like a default value. I'm not even gonna run it. I don't think it's good enough. I blame Kogo. Cube World? I played that game if that's the game you're talking about. The same, is it the Cube World devs? I played that game with like some friends for a little bit, and then like the game had no like number balance, so I quit. On any level, like you could giga like power level your guys or some shit like that. I don't fucking remember. I played it like on the like beta launch or something, I think. I was like, this is dumb. I've always had that problem with games. Like Sue, like it really triggers me whenever there's like there's no respect for like keeping numbers in check. Like that is probably one of the biggest turnoffs for games for me, is when you don't keep your numbers in check, like you're balancing or anything. It's like a distant thing that people don't really put much emphasis on. Like that kills a game for me. Like the numbers need to be taken into like very much high priority consideration. Kogo is so evil, he's truly the baby dog. His name's Kogo. Dog of Damnation. Kogos was so evil. He is truly an evil dog. There's an MMO made by one person, Monka. Is that the Pixel game? Is it like a Pixel MMO? That's like 90s style? Is it that game? Oh, it's no. What's that? Like uses Aeon assets. Kogo is an evil dog of death. Corvus was so evil, evil was so Corvo. When do we strike? Currently never. And now it's time for boot.dev. You feel me? Someone feels me on that one. What is that? Wait, convergence. That's the good one, right? We won? Price check, convergence. We won. 1 KFE. It's probably the most valuable item I've found so far. I don't know if I want to ID it. I need to look at the price and then I can judge if it's worth IDing. Yeah, great point, Speedman, but what's the most evil creature you've ever paid witness to? Gambling's fun, but not if it's like super bad price. Let's see. Alright, Wind Breath, Convergence, the channel thing, let's see. A bad roll is 600. Channel. Let's see. Is it this mod? No, it's this mod. So this is what's the range of this? It's 2 to 4. So 2 rolls are 650 at the cheapest. 3 rolls are 1K. I think I'm identifying it, right? No. So you yeah, I think it makes more sense, I think. Because the 4 should be worth way more. It actually probably makes mathematical sense to ID it then. Because 4 is 2K. So only like you double your profit if you identify a 4. You probably break even or gain on a base 3, and then you lose on a 2. You lose like 50% on a 2. Yeah, I'm IDing it. We got the min roll, a classic. That's a pretty bad roll too, right? We could corrupt it. We could corrupt it. What does it become on corruption? I'm just curious. For memes. I'm not saying I'm gonna do it, I'm just, you know, for memes. I just want to see what the channels become. It goes to 5. Holy moly. It actually does go to 5, I'm just saying. What do you guys think? Minus 1k FE if I corrupt it? Because it'll bind to me? I could. I haven't successfully double corrupted anything yet. Oh my god. These are like 50 almost. That's pretty shit. Let's see. There's one. Just buy it. Alright, we're about to lose for the memes. I'm doing it. For the memes. We just don't want it to the chaos or bind. It's gonna bind. It's just gonna bind. It's I've done like 7 of these. I think it's clicked this one 6 times. And now we're about to get 7. Alright, I clicked it. It's over. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. It picked no good mods. That's bullshit, I'm just saying. I bet he did the same thing. Like, this guy, like, if I look at this one, he did the same thing. He's got a 2. Yep, I knew it. We both got fucked in the ass. Holy shit. Yeah, it's resellable, but I'd still probably lose like 350, 300 FE than selling it unid. That was fun. Moving on. I mean, it has to pick the right mod, and it still has to divine on the right mod. I bet a +5 is worth like what? Like 10k? Genuinely? It might even be more than that, because that seems really hard to hit. Because even if you hit the correct mod, it doesn't mean you win. It still has to divine correctly. Bug. And there's 5 mods there to choose from, so... You know. Eating ass, got no class. Everybody gather around and eat some ass. What is this? Double corrupted item, I'm guessing? I don't know. I have like 5,000 things here to claim. I don't know where they all came from. It was probably like double corrupted item or something. Yo, ass girl, give me that ass. +1 talent, don't know where that came from, but cool. I just clicked that node last. Actually, crit multi is really good for my build. It only gives you 5 though. And Kogo is an evil dog. No, I have a point here of 6 attack speed. Let's go. False gods aren't worth very much this league on bad rolls, like 2 statters. Not worth gambling. You only win if you're making like 3 stats or 4. It's Kogo. Easy vote. Like, I think 2 statters last league were like 100 FE on int. They're like 25 this league, so it's like really bad for trying to make money. Am I doing Malice Judges? Sure, why not? Let's take some of this shit out. We don't need all this anymore. A lot of quant, dude. Log in. Just clicking quant. Is what it is. I just guess I'm just clicking all this. I don't care. It's fine. Bob, you are a nasty ass man. Let me tell you guys something. Bob, he's eating shit. Bob, you're gonna get hit. Bob is now stuck in a loop and he's drowning in dirty brown soup. Bob, type it in chat. What you drowning in? Do you play this game, Spitman? Do you know the most evil creature known to mankind? Oh, Spitman, did I introduce you to Kogo? Do you want to meet him? Have you met Kogo? No, not Corgo, Kogo. Kogo's a little different. Here, I'll introduce you to Kogo. This is Kogo. Say hi. That's Kogo. Say hello. That's Kogo. Greet him. He's a little different. No sleep. You game invites, man? Now! Bug. Noseling started today? Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about, boy. Fuck. When you have a rare boss or agitito, I have one of those already, right? Plus 80 heart to one random group of monsters. Why didn't it proc? Oh, I'm still in round 1, that's why. Select 1 to 2 groups, fuse them into a pest. Like this. Are we pest build? Okay, procced at least on pests. I have no bone sentries. Awaken, that's on you. Select 1 group and remove them, add 2 magic. Select 1 group. These all suck, man, every time. Awaken again. You're already maxed out though. Guess we can juice you. When you have at least 3 pests, add a pest. Maybe I should have taken the second thing. I didn't even read it, honestly. Oh, I even do something else, honestly. I don't fucking know. Select 1 group. Oh, it's pretty good for me right now, right? Select 1 group of monsters, plus 20 to their heart juice, plus 32 to... Select 1 group of monsters, plus 31 activity to monsters of the same rarity. Plus 11 juice. Is this every turn, or just now? I don't know what's happening, but it's multiplying stuff. This run's like mid. Does anything else juice up? Not really. It's like a mid run. It's worth running still, though, at least. 500k. Oh, Big Nose, did I introduce you, man? Check out our new friend here. His name's Kogo. Look at him. Say hello to Kogo. Doesn't he look nice and friendly? That's Kogo. Big Nose, greet Kogo. That's Kogo. Say hello. It's Kogo, dude. He's hanging out with us today. You greet Kogo and he doesn't move, he just keeps making that exact face. What if I left the stream like this for the rest of, for like hours? Bug. Big Nose, that was bug. What am I rooted? Remove designs like this from games I'm trying to play. If you want to root, then play your own game.
It's just Torchlight, man. Is there gameplay really? Would you rather look at Torchlight gameplay or Kogo? Let's be honest. Bug. Big man, big nose. Do you think Vice Man's hiding in the chat? What do you think? Vice Man hiding, lurking? Wait, that guy's name is OJ Shadowball. That guy's name is OJ Shadowball. What does it mean to be shadowballed? Like, why aren't you just regular bald? Why is it a shadowy version of being bald? Big nose. T1 erosion res. No, fuck that, ain't going for it. I don't care. We're ramping. Now. Why I'm bald on Twitch but have hair IRL? Well, there's some people who are the opposite. They have hair on Twitch but bald IRL. There are other ways, man. If you don't want to be bald, you don't have to be bald. I'm just saying. Please bring the dog back. I feel uncomfortable looking at your face.
Take a break. You too. Have a perma ban. Alright, here we go. I'm just gonna start perma banning everybody. Just a bad game, whatever. Come back later. Don't type to me. Alright. Anybody else? You with the XD. Have a 24-hour ban. You with the haha 24-hour ban. Ban me. I'll make yours permanent. Toxic. Enjoy your ban. There you go. Ban them all will do. You included. Alright. Get you. Alright. I love you. Cool. 24 hours. Take a break. You too. Have a perma ban. Alright, here we go. I'm just gonna start perma banning everybody. Just a bad game, whatever. Come back later. Don't type to me. Alright. Anybody else? You with the XD.
Oh shit.
24-hour
Big nose,
ban.
times
You
3.
with the haha 24-hour
This
ban.
is it.
Ban me. I'll make yours permanent. Toxic. Enjoy your ban. There you go.
That's
ban
a ban.
them all will do. You
That's
included.
a perma ban. That's a perma ban. You got a massive nose. How did you get it? Nobody could ever know. I'm talking about the one called massive nose. You could be a massive nose man with a nasty nose plan. I'm talking about the one called the massive nose man. Oh no, oh no. It's a massive nose man. You hate this map? This is one of the better maps, I think. I don't think it's that bad. Now, Big Nose. Round 2, Big Nose. We're back to back. Back to back, Big Nose. Look. This one will win, because last one failed. Big Nose, do I click it again? It's up to Big Nose. Do I click it again? Kurosaki, type something in chat. Kurosaki, type something in chat. Kurosaki. Actually, I've noticed something. Has anybody else noticed this? I think Kurosaki has, like, the attention span of, like, a TikTok, like, Zoomer, like, 5-year-old or some shit. Because, like, he'll be here and he'll type a bunch of shit out real fast within the span of, like, 30 seconds. And then you won't see him for another, like, 15 minutes. And then he'll do it again. Anybody else notice that? Like, he comes and goes. Like, he comes out, splurts out real fast, and then he, like, goes away. And then he comes back and does it again, like, 15, 20 minutes later.
He's probably doing it in 7 different chats. You're probably right. Like he just like blah, 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 goes away, blah, 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 goes away. Blah, blah, blah.
Big nose, man, you might have a big nose.
Big nose. You ready for PUBG?
You could be some kind of big nose man with a big nose plan.
Did I fix it? No.
Do-do-do. Big nose.
Big nose. You got a big nose plan. How did you get that? What is this? The stage has a lot of mystery chests. Big nose. This could be huge. Big nose. When do we mystery chest? I don't even know if Quan affects these at all. I don't think so, but maybe. Do it anyway. Big nose, huge rewards. Bam. What if I get another convergence? Big nose convergence now. Grasp of truth. What is that? 1 FE. It's a really bad roll, man. Fuck you. No? Now, here it comes. Alright, this chest is huge. Huge? Where's my loot, fuckers? Do you think Korgos is considered a plague, Cerberus? When do we strike now? Yo, these chest rewards are shit. That's a shit unique. Give me something good. Alright, this one has something good. No good shit. This one? Bug. Alright, this one right here at the end. Boom, boom, boom. Shit game. You guys hear something? What? Wait, it's back, dude. What is happening? Big Nose, this is the one. Big Nose, this is the one. This is it. This is the one, Big Nose. How long do you want to be banned for? How long do you want to be banned for? How long? One, two, three, four. Now, everybody drop down on the... This is the worst map in the game, I think. This one, actually. This one's really bad. This is an actual example of a dog shit ass map. Like, what is this double backing in this map? Why? Why not give me a portal? Big Nose. Proof of Johnny Bravo. Grandma! Why do you kiss Grandpa? Kiss me. What? Big Nose, what do you think about this? They removed Poro Sad. And they removed Bang Boo Bounce. Why did they remove Bang Boo Bounce, though? That was like a top tier emote. Fucking assholes. Big Nose, picture this. The Uber Arbiter of Ash. Versus Naked Character. You guys want to go to Wendy's and get Baconators? When do we strike? On the flow, 1, 2, 3, go. You better watch out for the thing to mill. Call it some motherfucking goddamn stupid ass motherfucking goddamn grotto. Whenever grotto got down on the flow, you're shaking his ass and he's ready for mo. You better watch out for that grotto. You better watch out for the grotto. You better watch out for the grotto. You better watch out for the grotto. Alright, pop quiz. Name one of my Path of Exile 2 character names. So, I think that's probably my favorite one. Honestly, I think asshole. Like, I typed asshole and it said this is a restricted term, so I just typed asshole and removed the L and the E and it took it. Asshole. It said you can't have that. It's a fucking banned word, but you can have asshole. Big nose, league mechanic time. Here we go. Epic. The last one was decent. What do we got here? 2 dog shits. This looks pretty bad. What do I do? Reroll? This is a pest stacking build right now, and I have 0 pests on my board. Select a mob and mutate it into a pest. Okay, yo, that's kind of good. Select 1 monster and give it some heart juice. I want pest. What is that? All Agititos awaken. I have 0 of these, though. This is only a 50-50 chance, though. I'm doing it. It picked the wrong one. I am logging off. It's stupid, dumb, retarded. It's like 1 group of monsters. That one's bad. These all suck. We lost. Classic lose. Okay. Wait. Plus 44 juice. We need to type change these guys in the pass. At the end of each round, plus 15-15 with both 150-150. This one requires heart 250. These are both really hard to get, honestly. I think this one's easier to get, but I don't even know if I'm ever going to get either, honestly. I need these guys to become Bang Boo Bouncers. Wait, I got it, right? Isn't that the proc on this one? I think so. This is, at the end of round plus 15 and 15, 2 monsters with both 150-150. Oh no, he needs the heart juice still. Fuck. This is too hard to work with. At the end of the round, plus 20 to all with quantity higher than 275. Fuck! How am I supposed to get this guy heart juice, man? Is that heart juice? I don't think it's enough. I need 150. Give me that again. We lost. Select 1 monster group, becomes Agititos. Select 1 group of monsters, and add a heart juice. Yeah, I think I'm clicking this just to get him to start proccing. It's a little better. Still shit though. Select 1 monster. I got 1 extra. It's a pretty shit run though, still. Don't even know if I'm gonna run it. Decent proc. This is runnable for sure. It'll be like 500k actually. Yeah, 500k is not bad. It supports me, man. Wait, 600. Yeah, we're 600k gaming. Actually, even better. Damn. Almost. You could have a massive nose. Oh, I'm talking about the one called the giant nose. You could have a massive and a gigantic nose, but how was it there to be achieved? I don't dare think anybody could ever know. It's just a massive and gigantic motherfucking nose. Big Nose, log into RuneScape and do your daily dungeon quest of a boat extreme scavenger hunt. You go to the NPCs like, here's your treasure hunting map, do the scavenger hunt. Is that basically what you do in that game? Do you think the Corgo Stance guy's logged into RuneScape right now? Like, literally this second? You might have a massive and a gigantic nose. You could be a massive... I've never played RuneScape. I don't fucking know shit, son. I'm a shaman, man. Maybe when I'm like 90 years old, we'll just play RuneScape, because that'll probably be the last game I'll be able to play before I die in my life. I'll only be able to play RuneScape. Back in my day. Back in my day. Wait, the scavenger spawn. Big Nose, boss. Wait, he didn't drop anything. This is bullshit. Like, actual bullshit, too. What the fuck, man? Permaban everybody in chat right now. Like, stop rooting me. I don't care. Like, just let me play. Anybody feel me on that one? Like, fuck you, asshole game. I paid for the game. Let me play it. Oh, you could be a nasty bunker. Oh, and you could be a nasty bunker man. Good loot, for once. Nope, we got dog shit again. Classic. Wait, she gave me an extra one. Still dog shit. Boom. Getting good. They keep dropping me that when winter comes items. Should ask. That's why they call him Kogo. You better watch out for the dog named Kogo Big Nose. Not only was Kogo truly ancient, he was discovered to be truly evil. His name's Kogo. Do you like how some of these memes don't become a thing until like literally years later? Like Kogo was created back in 2020 or 2020 or 2021. It's literally been 5-6 years since Kogo was actually created. Now he's a thing. And he's evil. Kogo. This is the year of Kogo. That guy's name is Vegeta's hairline is goated. Well, you're in the wrong stream. Go to Waggle's stream. He's got Vegeta's hairline. You're in the wrong place, man. Think about this, Grobs Gaming. Think about it. Who are you? Big Nose, what do you hear in your head right now? Baconator, no. The answer is your big nose. Your big nose. Bum 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 ba bum. What is that? We won. Wait, dude, I've been getting these all day today, recently, like the past hour. And I poof all of them. Time to poof this one too. Big Nose, here we go. Big Nose, here we go. Your big nose. Who are you? Any more 8s? Let me tell you guys something. You could be big nose. I am talking about a massive nose. Kogo is going to be unleashed upon thy world. Does Rurouni Kenshin still hold up? I don't know, dude. I find almost all anime very cringe, unless it's like any anime that like tries to be serious. I have a very hard time watching it. Like if you actually go back and watch like one of those like Rurouni Kenshins or something, it's like the amount of like inner monologue shit is like stupid. I think I knew he was going to attack me from the left, but I knew that he knew I was going to attack him from the left. Therefore, I decided to parry from the right. And once I decided that I was going to do that, I knew he would do that, so I was going to do that. It's just like, dude, like it's like almost kind of like embarrassing. I think Cowboy Bebop does okay. Like it's not too like it's kind of serious, a little bit more serious, but like it's not like cringe. I don't know the seasons. Now, Kogo has been unleashed. Kogo was unleashed. Kogo has been unleashed upon thy world. We're all fucked. Kogo has been unleashed. Orson. What is that? Is that a good one? ×3. Ultra retard. I can't even dupe it if I wanted. Is it good though? It looks kind of bad. Those aren't bad stats, but who uses both of those together? Focus Blessing, Fever. I'm just gonna throw them up for 35. I don't think they're that good. On the floor now, everybody watch out for the Growly Bowl. When Growly Bowl got down on the living room floor, he was shaking his ass because he was ready for Mo. You better watch out for the creature called the Growly Bow. Growly Bow got down on the floor. He's shaking his ass ready for Mo. What is that? We won. Did you install this game yet, Big Nose? You gaming? Have you become a Torchlight enjoyer? I have this game, I'm too lazy to play it, so I just goon to it. What? The Grand Goon Olympics. This is huge, bam. Bug. I mean, I need all these, like, Jolly Ranchers and shit. I'll fucking use this fuckload of them later. Thanks to Kogo. When do we strike? Is it now? When do we strike? Is it later? Later. I've had a now and later in like 30 years and I still remember what those stupid things taste like. Anybody feel me on that one? Benny Nuts, are you ready for your quest? Your weekly quest? Let me know if you're ready to accept the quest. Weekly quest, man? What do you think? Oh shit, you down? So you get VIP, Benny Nuts, if you have to at Burger Blast with 20 belly busts. 20 of them. You get VIP. Nah, he's not awake yet. Actually, there's a decent chance, actually, I'm not gonna lie. 20 belly busts at Burger Blast. Do you accept the terms and conditions? What do you think, man? Inventory is full. What? Is that slot? I just got unbanned? Alright, well, I guess I'll give the, you know, un-VIP Benny Nuts. You didn't accept the quest, man. Now you must pay the price. You understand me, boy? Ooh, what'd I get? Change starting monsters to 2 bone sentries and 2 groups of other monsters. Fuck. When removing a monster that is not a bone sentry. Are we doing a bone sentry build? It's gonna be bad. Let's go. Select 1 group of monsters and plus 31. Plus 11 activity to all pests. Select 1 group of monsters, mutate them into bone sentries. Select 1 group of mobs and remove them. So I gave 150 quant to you, but you're kind of shit. Select one group of monsters, mutate them. Select one group of monsters, mutate them. Select one group of monsters, mutate them into rare monsters, though. I mean, I don't even need bone constructs, technically, with this. It just means, you know, we remove shit. I think I'm doing this. It's fine, I think. So, like, one group of monsters and add 30. Holy shit, that's kind of good on the Agitito here, right? Kablam. At the end of the round, if you have bone constructs, I don't have that. When you have a bunch of normal monsters, don't have that. This is upgrading tiers. That's pretty good. Select one group of monsters, add heart juice to the same archetype. Select 1 to 2 groups of monsters and remove them. I do think I want to do that. Question is which monsters are getting removed. I think it's these two. Where did I put my juice in? I thought it was like... They put it on these two, I see. At the end of the round, plus 30. At the end of the round for every 3 groups of monsters of the same rarity. I could use this, actually. Huh. I could also use this one instead. I think fusing might be better, though. At the end of the round, for every 3 groups of monsters of the same rarity. So I have 3 of those, and then I have 3 of those afterwards. Does that work now? It's kind of a problem. Select a group of monsters plus 31 to the same rarity. Plus 41 to monsters if they are Agititos. Oh, it's random. Fuck. The same archetype. Holy, it giga proc through that. That's crazy. So now I need to make more monsters and then consume them again. It's like one group of monsters plus 127 to the quant, then remove monsters of... Remove one group of monsters of different archetypes. I mean, I could give the second guy more quant, but that multiplier is so high on that. Maybe I can find something better. Add one group and then 50% for more pass. I think I'm doing this. Give me, please proc. Proc. It actually procced. That's pretty good. Remove a group of monster and then add more. Maybe that wasn't as good as I thought it would be. Select 2 groups of monsters, fuse them. Fusing counts as consuming, right? Which is proccing this. I think I consume you with you, right? I don't know if that's correct. Fuck. It's not giving the good monsters the procs. Putting it on the other one. It's like 1 to 2 groups of monsters, remove them.
I think I kill both of these. Wait, it doesn't work on bone construct, so it can't be a bone. I think I actually kill this guy, but he's 50k. Because all I have to do is put it here, right? Like, I'm trying to get heart juice, but maybe it's not even that big of a deal. Plus 41. I'm just gonna see what's in here. Select one group of monsters and mutate the monster to the right into an identical copy. I don't even know what that means. Let's see. Was that better? Not a lot better, but whatever. I could have made this better, I think. I don't know what half these things even do. I probably could have got that to 1,000,000 if I clicked the better things. Stop reading me. It's a waste of time just trying to kill the monsters, you know what I mean? Stop, I don't care. I just want to kill a monster, you know? Or they're called agititos. We won. Huge loot. Don't see any huge loot. Alien glitch. Just some FE chunks. Nothing too crazy though. Now. Bug. When do I win now? Still bugged. This one has it now. Bug. You? This one. Actual bug. Yo, none of these chests have dropped anything. They're all bugged. Who's this? Maybe this one? Bug? Still bug. Last chest. One FE, huge. Hey lad, D4 is bad. Everybody watch out cause D4 is bad. Hey, nice. Bug! I'm trying to dupe, man. You feel me? How do I permaban everybody? How much are the... what do you call them? The Q-Berts? I haven't looked any. Desire, maybe? I don't even know what they're called. Cube? Oh, this one. Which one's which? 2 Malice Desire Incarnations. What's the price? 10? That's pretty expensive. 20% additional drop quantity from Malice. Is that worth? I don't think that's worth the price yet. Maybe it is. I'll run these and pay attention to see if I think it's worth. It probably is worth it if I have a cube one set up. Like if there's no like cube multiplier on the baseline from the confusion card. Big meals, big places. Apathy, stomach cannot be satiated. What?
Run and hide. He's coming for what you have in your kitchen. You saw what's his name? That Matt Stoney guy, and what's the other guy's name? Joey, whatever. Were defeated. Like, not even close. They got completely crushed at like a hot dog eating contest or whatever. Joey Chestnut, yeah, that's his name. They both got beaten by Apathy. Like, Apathy was genuinely 30 times faster than both of them combined. Like, Apathy just walked on stage, opened his mouth, and just, like, vacuum sucked in Joey and Matt Stoney's hot dogs and his own set. And he won. He just walked off. I think it was 87 hot dogs in 2 seconds. World record. Oh, true story. Now. Bug. Now? Still bugged. Fuck you. Still bugged. On the flow, 1, 2, 3, 4. Whenever you're dealing with a motherfucking goddamn stupid ass motherfucking goddamn old growly bow and growly bow goddamn on the motherfucking flow. He was shaking his ass because he was clearly ready for it. We call him Cube Bert. I don't think these cube things are worth it for me to really run them yet. Lose money on average, probably. Probably. Woo! That's why they call him Kogo. Kogo is an evil dog, and he is gonna bite on what he doesn't like, and that is you. There's nothing you can simply do. When the Kogo comes and decides to bite you, you're gonna die, you're gonna cry. Kogo just latched directly onto your eye. You're dead, beach, beach. You're dead, beach, beach. You're dead, beach, beach, beach. You're dead, beach, beach, beach. They never give me the space rift, dude. They keep showing it, but they don't give it to me, assholes. I've had over 40 hot dogs in the last 30 days. I don't think I've had one hot dog in the past 30 years. Fuck hot dogs, man. It's cheap food. Rice, beans. What else is like top tier cheap food? Rice, beans, eggs. Rice, beans, eggs. What else? Pasta. Potatoes, yeah, potatoes for sure. Like, you can make some really fucking good food, which, like super cheap. I don't know, like, what the exact strategy would be, but, like, stuff that's, like, really good. Rice, beans are all your carbs you'll ever need, right? Maybe potatoes if you want to do it. Well, it's like the cheapest meat that's like good. Like, that's like not shit. Yeah, Desarcore, we're back. This one's bricked. Wait. Fuck you. Ground beef. Ground beef is like giga cheap. Turkey clutch, cobbler. Beef is expensive. Yeah, I never really look at the price of stuff I buy, honestly. I don't know. I know eggs are cheap for sure, because you get eggs sometimes, but... Yeah, I know salmon's pretty expensive. For sure. I mean, you can't go wrong with eggs, I feel like. And some various vegetables. Do oatmeal? Yeah, oatmeal's good. For sure. Thanks to Kogo. Hold up, burp real quick. I gotta do a Kogo blast. Do. What is this fucking spam on my phone, dude? Shit ass. When removing a monster that is not a bone sentry, plus 150 juice. Pest build. Alright, I have no pest to start though. We're going for it though. Pest build. I believe. Wait, add 4 groups of pests immediately. But it's only going to give me 3. It's not that bad. Select 1 group of monsters and remove them. Select 1 group of monsters, remove 2 random other ones. Boom, like that. Pest proc. And you have at least 3 pests, add a pest. Wait, why didn't it proc? At the end of the round. Select one group of monsters, add heart juice to two groups of the same rarity. We don't use that. I don't use any of these, right? Select one group, add quantity juice. This is, oh, we only have pests now. I need heart juice on them somehow. Select one group of mobs, add 61 juice, but remove the monster to their left. Which would be you. At the end of the round, plus 20 to all with quant. I think this one's probably better. What is that proc on? Every 2 rounds, one random group of monsters within each rarity awaken. These all look bad. Select one group of monsters. Oh wait, this one's actually kind of good. Nice, I picked the right mob. I don't feel like I'm getting that much juice yet. 40, 55 heart juice on everything's pretty big. That's pretty big. Alright, we're kind of ramping now? That's a pretty big proc. 200k. Ramping still somehow? I don't know what's going on. Select one group of monsters, mutate them into pests. You're the Corgo Dow. None of these are good for me though, right? This stuff is like a neutral, doesn't really do anything. Boom. Same thing. Select, they mutate though. Oh, this is really bad. There's some mutating here. This could break my run if I click this and it picks something bad. This is safe. How's my point count right now? My point count's not even high. Like one group of monsters. Give them heart, but 50% chance to proc them into something else. Plus 40 to one random group of mobs and mutate them into random monsters. These all suck. This has a chance to give me some juice. It also has a chance to like fuck me in the ass. I'm just gonna slap it on this. That's the least punishing if it breaks. It didn't break. That's good. A little bit of juice. Holy procs, dude. This one looks bad too. Wait, no, this one's good. Select one group of monsters and plus 31 to two groups of monsters of the same archetype. This one is what I'm clicking. Picked mid stuff. That's okay though. It's still good. Select one group of monsters and mutate. Select one group of monsters. This is fine here, right? Nah, it's better on you. Your higher number. My left guy's grown bigger than my right dude now. This might be a decent run. How much am I getting per fodder turn? Like 50k? Damn. It was close to a million, but we didn't get it. Right? Actually, it's... Wait. I hit a million, I think. Yeah, I did. I got one rainbow, I think. Right? It's close. Yeah, I got it. I think. Wait, it didn't give me a rainbow one, though. Well, I didn't get my rainbow. I didn't get enough juice. Will it still give it to me? It will. Maybe we'll change on finish. Wait, does that mean that Korgos is an evil dog? Kogo, Lord of Damnation. Coco is an evil dog of death and damnation. Oh no. Hey, I got one. I see it. Can you get multiple rainbow ones, or does it cap at a certain point? It caps at 1. So this is my rainbow box. Prove it. That's my rainbow box, like 5 FE. That's a perma. King Lionheart's Ambition. Is this an item that people... Wait, my Wind Breath sold these? Ramping money. I kind of need some refund juice. I don't care about doing that right now. Like 2k FE maybe? We're actually a little bit over. Login. Login big notes that you're going to now, and you could login big notes for your gauntlet frown. Should I farm an 8-1? Do you think it's a lot? It's a big difference, isn't it? Or it's like, it is better, right? To farm an 8-1 than 8-0? Like, I probably should, I assume. I don't know how much better it is. I never got my skill point from this guy. He's probably gonna 2-shot me. It's gonna be epic. Actually, he didn't 1-shot me with his auto. It's good. Kogo was evil, and Kogo was an evil dog of death and damnation. He will truly bite you down. Let me tell you about the Kogo dog. Lightning infiltration stack? I don't know. I doubt it. I assume that's a 1-stack thing. But I don't actually know. Go back to this kind of music. I mean, a lot of games still do pretty good just the, like, music, but yeah, a lot of games do pretty bad music, I would say. Like, more... Like, musically, most games have pretty poor music. But, like, Claire Obscura has pretty good music, right? FO14 has pretty good music. PoE2 has pretty good music, right? There's games with good music, still. You want music like this? Just play Toho game. I guess that's a little too extreme on the Zumpits, though, to be fair. I'm dead. I'm not moving. bum bum. Bum bum bum. When do I die? Then hit me, bug. Jotun Slayer intro. That was a sponsored stream and I was just laughing my ass off because like it's probably one of the better games I've sponsored though, to be honest though. It's not a bad game, it's just you know, it's a survivors, whatever, vampire survivors kind of game. But I was laughing my ass off. RoboCop was the best game? Dude, I get some sick sponsors, dude. That game was sick. Where's my unique off that boss? The fuck? NFT game? Yeah, that was a Monka game. But I laughed. Make the most of it. It was funny. The new HOM? I have it on Steam, I just haven't installed it. I haven't logged into it. Time to log in. Play some HOM. How do people play? I don't know if anybody pays attention because I don't pay attention to the scene at all. Do people just play Jeebus Cross? Is that how people play HOM these days still? Like every game is just Jeebus Cross? Oh, if anybody knows Heroes of White Magic at all. Fervor, 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 but it's bad. Redneck Necromancer, that's what we're talking about. I don't even remember what the game was called. Like, it's not Sacred, it's something else like that. Like, just a generic name like that. Forget though. You must defeat him, Sirius. You must defeat him. Sirius, time is wasting. Defeat him! Defeat him! You need to defeat him. You understand what I'm telling you? I'm trying to explain it like as basic as I can. He needs to be defeated. Can Kogo be absorbed? Kogo absorbs others. Eating ass. Everybody make a single file line. Start to eat ass, eating ass, eating ass. I'm telling you, eating ass, eating ass. I'm telling you, everybody start eating ass right now. Everybody start eating ass right now. Fuck, man. $2.99. All maps are like 3 FE now each. I blame Kogo for this, honestly. What's the cheapest one? Voidlands? They're about the same, honestly. Reminds me of my asshole long ago. Like, I see a million at 3 FE, and I can't find one that's, like, a fraction lower than 3. It is what it is. Just click 3 FE and just, it's the agreed price here. Like, as soon as I just change this to 3, every single one's highlighted. Yeah, like, fuck off! A Corgo stance is not a Discord emote, there's a giant gif of it instead, for your desire.
Can I farm on 8-1? What's the difference in quant? What is the difference between 8-0 and 8-1? Oh, I see. Plane Watcher Legendary exclusive drop bonus. This one has 10 extra quantity on 8-2. Oh wait, no, there's 10 here, I see. It's 10 each time. Let's see that part. I don't know if I can do 8-1s without dying. Honestly. I mean, I instantly took a lot of damage. Need to upgrade my character. I want to farm this cleanly, I think. Thanks to Kogo. Look, it's Turdler. I'm Turdler. My poop is browning. That's just what he says. You know, I'm just quoting him. Thanks to Kogo. How good is that one neck before I forget? So my neck is kind of dumb. Does this neck actually ever make sense to use? I forget what the stats are on it. Like without being a mana stacker. Oh, it's when I'm full mana. Remember that Corgo is evil. Corgos is evil. You playing some PoE Dogglethon? You owning, dude? Yeah, Dogglethon is playing PoE. He loves it. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about, dog. Dogglethon is coming for you. There's nothing you can do. Now. Okay. Time to break this one too. Bam, insta-break. True classic. Ultra kill time? What is he, a Dota player? You guys got your annual Dota stream like a week ago. We got Nordus a Rampage. Bloobs fed his lane. I died to techies. And Jasidi won. Pick some fucking retarded shit mid. This is what it is, man. What is that? Divinity Emblem Hunting? I don't even remember how these things work. 3 FE. Huge. Huge win.
What is the spell amp belt called again? Consumptory Life. Does that make ever sense to use on this build? It's pretty expensive. So you get... Oh, that's a pretty nuts one. You get... The mana stuff doesn't matter, but you get 3% spell damage for every mana consumed recently. You have spell amp at low life. It's pretty much all it would give me on this build right now. What is spell amp at low life? Like how much damage is that roughly? 29. I mean that's like 40% damage. How much does my belt give right now? 900,000 million survivability. I could use that potentially. I don't want to. Not until I'm mana. I'm kind of committed to my thought process of just like, yeah, we'll see. Claw, for sure. I do want a priceless claw. That's fine to use and make. And then boots. I don't know what else I would use on both setups, but claw and boots I think are fine. Bum 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 bum. Try Korgos dancing. Korgos is a filthy little weasel. That's a full day timeout. Next time's a permanent ban. I like how the Lakari's chat is just spamming Alclameos all the time. How did this happen? Fuel has a 52% chance to be upgraded. I don't think I have a fuel one. I'm too lazy. I don't care, honestly. I told him I would play Dota with him if he wanted to load it up. Lakari. I don't know if he'll ever take me up on that offer, but I told him I would. He wanted to play. I'm down. Fuck League of Legends. Dota's frustrating. I mean, isn't any RTS frustrating? Well, MOBA, RTS, whatever. Kind of consider them the same kind of game. Strategy, whatever, real time. It's a mindset issue. I kind of agree. It's kind of a mindset issue. Wait, why is that triple gold? Why is that triple gold? It's shit as fuck. Triple gold for like 10 FE. This game's shit, dude. First triple gold, and it's like massive fucking dick suck ass trash. How do I permaban 8 people at random? Like, what's the command to do that? 6 malice judges. Fucking monka, dude. Let's do it. I think the malice judges are gonna kill me, and I'm gonna brick the map. Those guys hit really hard. That's gonna be my guess. Let's see though. All right, there's the wait. That's the first one. Wait, he's dying so fast. Maybe I'm fine. Wait, I still died. I'm not allowed to die again this map. I only get 1 res. It's over. Did they buff malice judge drops, or are they still stupid and pointless? Bug. I called it. Why did they do that much damage? Fucking dumb. You could be a bunker man. You touch 1 projectile, instantly kills your character, is what it is. Do you think Korgos is considered to be a true baby? This is a big one. I smell it. Never mind, it's pure shit. I lied. I'm a liar. I lied and I'm a liar. Pure shit. Yeah, that last one was 1,000,000 juice. Can I get another 1,000,000? 2 in a row? When you have at least 2 pests, you get more pest juice. Alright, well, give me more pests. Yeah, I won't pass. Fuck you. Alright, we have nothing now. Add 1 group of pests. Select 1 group of monsters. I need some pest juice. Awaken that pest? Boom. We got a legendary pest. I don't know how good that is, but I have it. At the end of each round. I mean, I need pests to spawn. This guy needs a little bit of juice. Fuck off. Give me pests. Wait. Wait, it gave me a legendary pass. How did that even happen? Just randomly? This guy needs some heart juice, just a tiny bit. Mutate is bad. All of these are mutate. That's really bad. I can't do anything about this either. They're all mutate. I don't want mutation. Fuckers. To one random group. Yeah, fuck you too. Select 1 to 2 groups and mutate them into a pest. I don't know what this is, but my thing sucks. When you have at least 2 groups of pests. It's not that good though. It's okay. This is a shame, because all I needed to do was give this guy a little bit of heart juice and he would have giga procced up, and I would have had like 1,000,000 juice, but I mean, still 500,000's okay, I guess. A noseling. Viceman. Viceman just got the maps. He's ready to game. A noseling. A noseling. Viceman is a noseling, a noseling. A noseling level 72. Look, he actually did. He just got the maps, dude. Not only was he truly ancient, it was then discovered he was truly evil. Korgo and his brother Kogo. Kogo? Now, 20 FE logged in Big Nose. Some waifu shit. It could be time for some kind of a noseling man. Where the tower defense mains at login, dude. Dun dun. Oh, drink poo poo. What? You're upgrading Blight Towers right now, like in PoE 1. +1, fuck us. Hum 3 full campaign playthrough, login. Go, okay. Where's Weed Goku 666 when you need him? Hit Desire Core on my cube? Yeah, I get them. I've poofed like 50 of them today. It's pretty good. Maybe not 50, but like, you know, decent amount. Realistically, probably I've poofed like 12. If I would have just taken the 1 stack. Something like that. It's okay. It's Korgo Dog. He's the evil dog of death. Oh no. Man, that one's so good. It's not gonna give it to me. That one would be crazy good to get. Yeah, fuck you too. +1 cold with that. What is this? What FE login? Watch this huge. Do I have any right now? Yeah, kinda. Watch this. Boom. They're all shit. Calling it now. This one has double, but it's bad. Like, real bad. How's that a double then? It's that bad. Fuck off. I blame I blame Moto. Moto 1. Anyway. Buy all my FE. Steel stagnation, that's bad. Help. Pennies for days, dude. Mind infusion. Is that worth? I'm pretty sure it's a shit item. I've seen it show up in the loot filter probably. Any mind infusion mains? Frantic Shadow. What is the good sword that people use? It's not Frantic Shadow, right? It's something else. I think. Hopefully. Yeah, Farewell Diarrhea. I had one drop. Just keep ramping up my FE, dude. Log in. Just honest man's work, dude. Why is that your name? Do you guys see the guy I see in chat? His name? Why is that his name? What do you think has more wrinkles? Gordon Ramsay's forehead or his right nutsack? I'm just saying. Yeah, he has more than one. He has 2 nutsacks. Like what? True. True. Oh, it's bang boo bounce. Bang boo ba 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 bounce. Bang boo bounce. Bang boo bounce, bang boo bounce. When do we strike now? When was the last time you had McDonald's Madsen? That's going to dictate how long your permanent ban is. Oops. Wait, there's a Desire Core there. What's happening? That's a permaban. Alright, I believe. Oh, we're there. One more click to ×8. Do I do it? Here's how you do the trick. You hit escape. And then you click it. What?! That's a bug. I tricked it, dude. I would tricked it. I was tricking the algorithm. You are... Now you guys know the strat. You understand me, boy? You are big nose, and I am big nose. This is it now. Pick something good, maybe? Is that a dog shit? Just a suggestion. What is that emote thing next to your name? Mel. Why does it just say Mel next to your name? What does that even mean? Isn't that like a Hades thing? I played that game, the Hades 2. It was pretty good, honestly. Hades nuts, man. Hades nuts. Oh, Scavenger, we're dead. Blind Vision. Is that the helmet? No, I don't. It's just like 7 FE. Whatever. Chenib is hungry for Slim Jim smoothie. When do we strike? Is it now? Oh no. When do we strike? Is it later? Oh no. What'd I get? A corner? Is that a Giga one? How shit is it? Could be a huge one. It is? That looks really bad. What do you mean life regain? The consume mod's probably pretty good, right? I'll never know. I bricked it. Yeah. Consume mod's probably pretty good, but we'll never know. I ain't even pricing it, don't care. I know this guy named Kogo. Zerion. Burger. When was the last time you had Taco Bell, Arion? Kogo. Wait, I got a Malice map. I didn't even realize it. The 1% proc. Yeah. Every mob's a Malice mob. I didn't even notice. Yo, X3 rewards. One time. Madsen, X3 rewards. One time, please. Right here, right now. Do it. X3. That's a permaban. What do you mean, X1? It's okay, I'm gonna get something good. Here it comes. Literally zero. Wait. Still shit. Wait. Corner procced. Is this one good? Maybe this one's good. The corner might be good. It has the potential to either be worth like 1 FE or like a lot. Dude, I can't scroll down. It has maxed. Yo! That's almost good, but not that good. I'm greeting one. Okay. What are these ones? Paralyzed synthetic troop level? Is that a one that people use? Like, who plays Mokuba? Moto 1 mains. Alright, what is this one worth anything? I can technically use it. That mod's 10. Max tenacity is 10. I don't really think it's a thing, honestly. Together. Like, tenacity generation on mana builds is really annoying. It can be done, but it's just dumb. Like blocking or some like weird, obscure slate that nobody wants to roll for. Anyway, what do we get? Change starting monsters to 4 rare mobs of different archetypes. Okay. When you do, I just still do parasites anyway or whatever. Bug build. When you have at least 2 Agititos. I'm doing pest anyway. I feel like fuck it, always just click pest. Select one group of monsters. That doesn't do anything for me right now. Mutate everything into an Orberon. What the fuck is that? Is this good? All monsters mutate into random Orberons. Just try it? Yeah, I'm thinking about it. No, I don't have any like double procs yet. I'm just clicking it for fun. Yeah, that was really bad. It just nerfed everything. Like, down. When you have at least 1 bone sentry. I just want to pass. I have nothing that does anything. When you have at least 1 bone sentry, remove up to... I have no bone sentries, they're just these things now. Select one group of monsters and plus 20. If they are not Amberons, mutate them. That's not good. Select one group of monsters and remove them. I feel like I just want to leave this one. It's like dumb. Just dumb, period. Okay. I wasn't expecting that. It's kind of a thing. It's like one group of monsters plus 20 to their heart juice. Why does that went up so much? At the end, plus 30 with higher heart juice. That's pretty good. That works on you, right? It's like 1 to 2 groups and mutate them into rare monsters. At the end of the round, fuse 2 monsters into a rare Agitito. when you have normal monsters, none of these do anything, right? At the end of the round, fuse monsters. 150, 150 proc. Doesn't really do anything for me either, right? This one's like kind of okay, but not for what these two guys are. Select one group of monsters to the same archetype. It's kind of shit. Plus 25 quantity to one random group of monsters. If they are pests, add a pest. Pick the wrong monster type, unlucky. It's like one group of monsters, 154 to their quant. This shit's all fucked. Okay, I have 3 big monsters now, I guess. Select one monster, make him into a pest. These all suck. Also, unlucky. Evil spider. I don't know if this one's even going to be worth running. It'll be like 300k max, right? A little bit over. That's still shit. Nah, just under. Do it anyway. Why? I just want to play, you know? I don't care about what the enemy's doing. Just want to kill him. Truers? Urs? Yeah, I just want my Excel document that tells me what I got, you know? My spreadsheet. Wait, I got the guy. I didn't notice. He dropped me like 5 FE login. Huge. Fuck. Kogo. Kogo is an evil dog of death. Anything good? You know, some organs, 2 matchless ones, is pretty good. And some FE juice. Now. Decent, I guess, considering. Waifu ass. Arion, open your mouth. She's gonna fart into it. Your dream waifu thing. Voidlands, bitch. Voidlands, bitch. When do we strike? Could it be now or later? Wait, you're playing this game? He logged in, dude. He's too bored. He was like, fuck it, I'm playing. What is that? Oh, it's only 20s. Fucking FE. It's not that good. Watch this. Legendary technique I learned long ago. I mean, that's 80 FE. That's pretty good. Alright. Wait, I can't even do it again if I wanted to. That's the max right now. These nuts. I was gonna click it too, probably. Maxed out, capped out. When I was younger, quite a bit younger, keep in mind, I drew anime, like, style stuff sometimes, and one time I drew an anime girl with massive boobs and I jacked off to my own creation. Why Clappy hide? People pay good money for that. You can just use the whatever AI drawing shit now these days, though, right? We're back. I'm gonna stop at ×2. A noseling. A noseling. A noseling, dude. Name the name, the name, name the name. Name the name, the name, name the name. Present thine given name, Arion. Present thine given name. Bug 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 bug. When do we strike? Apparently not now. Maybe later. X3DN? This one's gonna be shit. I smell it. Called it. Knew it. To it. Do it. Freeze willing 4-star chef knife, dude. Come on. How can you pass that up? I don't even know what the fuck that means. Torchlight 3? Yeah, I played that game's like demo or beta or whatever. It was really, really bad. Yeah, I would have described what I played in Torchlight 3. It felt like a watered-down Diablo 3, and I think that's saying something. Rollies. Motherfucker, beat dodge. Holy shit, Paragon dish kapow, I didn't realize. Rollies is a motherfucker. He's a motherfucker bitch. Yeah, that was kind of good for a life, man. Bug. Plus 1DN. I took a 6% attack speed node last level. I can probably optimize this. I don't really care that much to look at it that much, though. I can probably take that out, also. 2-point Shakur. Ugh. Actually, the AoE nodes are pretty good if I don't have them. Why don't I have this in the first place? That's a fuckload of damage. 10% damage after using a mobility skill. I mean, that's way better than these nodes, I'll tell you that for sure. Although those nodes are good too, but... Can't refund anything there. Yeah, everything here is pretty good, honestly. I guess that's fine how it's set up. I mean, that's 10% more damage. Honestly, 336. It's probably pretty close. Still, but I would like that. It's definitely better. There's a little bit of optimizations. Holy shit, I've been on for 10 hours? I didn't realize. I just feel like I've been kind of grinding. I slept 4 hours today. It wasn't my fault. I didn't intend to sleep for 4 hours, but that's what happened. I'll be on for a little bit more. I'm not, like, ready to sleep yet, for sure. If sleep is for noobs, then I guess I'm a giant fucking noob. Ain't nothing fucking making me not sleep. I'll get good sleep eventually. I don't know when. Maybe this next sleep. I don't know. Maybe the one after. Don't know. Just kill monsters for now. Got Torchlight Man's to kill. Korgos is evil dog. Don't feed Grandma Play-Doh. How is that your Twitch name? What the fuck? That's literally the name. Korgos is evil. We got a bunch of weird random shit here. Do I look for... I'm looking for it. Pest ones only.
Meek creature!
Now get Pest. Awaken into a higher tier. Yeah, but I want Pest. It's a nice Pest. 25%. This only works if it hits a Pest though, right? Yeah.
Meek creature!
Fuck, I want Pest. That's cool, but I want some Pest. Dude, I can't use any of this shit. Every 3 rounds, all monsters mutate. What the fuck is that? This is gonna be a fail run. I already smell it. What is this? Select one random group of monsters, +1/1, +1/1/1. That's kind of sick. 1 in 3? It picked the right one, actually, but I'm still gonna have a shit run. So like 1-2 monsters, remove them and add monsters. Okay, give me a pest. Only one pest. I mean, at least stuff's starting to work now. This one needs... That has 275 quant now. I have 3 magic mobs. This one is... Oh, I do have the magic mob proccing one too. Interesting. When you have 3 groups of magic monsters plus 100 quant, so that's working. So the rare mob can go, and the normal mob can go, I think. But the blue mob should stay. Select 1 group of monsters, add 2 groups of magic monsters.
Meek creature! Help, I'm old.
I have other stuff I can click too. I can add more magic monsters though if I want to try and fish for more pests. Like I can change anything in the pest. That's fine, right? Wait, was that only a 1 monster click? I thought it was 2. I clicked 2 different things, thinking it would be 2 different monster clicks. Select 1 group of monsters and mutate them into pests. This is not that good, because only this guy's giving me juice. Select 1 monster, mutate it into a pest. Select 1 group of monsters plus heart juice. Oh, that's the priority one. No, these all suck then. Select 1 group of monsters and mutate the monsters to the right. Select a monster. He's kind of a big boy. Oh, I killed my blue mob. I didn't mean to. I need a blue mob back. Select 1 to 2 monsters, mutate them into random magic monster, right? I need this blue thing for this. Go in there. We lost. That could have been a million. It's Waggle's birthday today, and I hit him with the Vegeta Goku. He's got Vegeta Goku hairline. I mean, if it is what it is, then it is what it is. You know what I mean? It's kind of like if someone says I'm a stupid retard, you know, it is what it is. I'm a stupid retard. No sense in, like, throwing a conniption fit over, you know, facts. Like, Jungron is a broccoli bird nest, like, gooning fuck. Asian fuckboy, whatever he is. That one was fast, though. Kogo's evil. Now. And Korgos has become so evil. I'm a stupid retard. You're a flower. You're a rainbow. Alright. Kogo is evil. Kogo is an evil baby. Junkie goop goop diaper poop smear from his ear to his ear. You are a flower. Oh, and you are a river. You're a rainbow. Give me a sick ass song, Philander Scarlet. You got any on standby? You're a rainbow. Desire Core, this is it. Watch this, no hesitation. Wait, that's how you win. You just don't hesitate. We learned the strat. How much are these? Have they gone up to 25 yet? They are actually 24. They are going up. Diaper goop goop. I'm running those, I don't care. But I am running my own these probably. I've been making money off of running these myself. It's kind of fun to kill the guy and just watch him drop some dog shit. That's minus 25 FE. We'll just say minus 25 every time. Maybe it is. It's getting close to the point where it's probably worth selling because I can't run the second tier yet. Minus 25. That counts as plus. That's like double. So we're like net 0. Like creation per 2 kills is, will break even eventually. I just can't run them yet. But eventually creation will be like 2 times more expensive. And minus 25 again. Net 0. Yep, back to 0. Oh, plus 25. This one has 2 mods on it. Tenacity if you've blocked and armor. This sounds like kind of synergy. Not like great synergy, but maybe. This is the song. I clicked it. Minus 25. Oh, no, we're net 0 again. Back to net 0. No bang. Like, no bang do bounce. Bot catch shit. Plus 25. Again. We're 0 after this. So whatever I get on this run is profit. Wait, residence dropped. My profit is whatever this item's worth. Profit at 29 FE. running down. Instead of selling. Peace nuts. Each 29 FE for 5 minutes. Wait, that's the whole song? That's it? It's over. This is huge. Watch this. Take notes. Never mind, nothing proc, stupid. Forcing. You could be Corgo. I could be Corgo. Why am I getting fucking Malice judged off screen? I don't know what's happening, honestly. Oh, that insta-sold. Log in, big nose, gauntlet's begun. Ooh. Anybody rage quit this Torchlight League because your character was shit? Any rage quitters? Any rage quitters in Discord? This game has people flipping the market, of course, 100%. Yo, fire on fire. I don't think it's that good though. It's not max stacks. What? Never mind, trolled. Dog shit. Yeah, true. Alright, here we go. We got a pest build, pest stacking build. Alright, here we go. Select a monster and make that into a pest. Alright, you two are pests now. Bam. All these suck. Add a group of pests. Damn, it didn't proc. Add a pest. When you have at least 3 pests, add a pest. Yeah, that was a giga pest, I didn't even notice. At the end of the round, plus 30 quantity to all monsters. This has 300 hearts already, right? So this will keep proccing already. Or did I misread that? Am I stupid? Yeah, I'm right. I could add this pest right now, or I could give 44 to everything, right? Huh. What's better? I think this is better, because I might not 50-50 proc on that. Ramping. Pest build. Select one group of monsters, add a lot of quant to it. Boom. Like, pest is so straightforward, too. Sometimes, like this, right? I'm just clicking pest shit. Select one group of monsters and mutate the monster right to it into an identical copy. Bam. Select one group of monsters and mutate the monster to the right to an identical copy. Okay. Boom. These are all bad. Select one group to awaken into a higher tier. I mean, sure. Which one has the best multipliers? This one? No, this first one. Boom. Cool. More juice. This isn't that good yet. They don't have that much, like, shit. Select 1 to 2 groups and mutate them. Select one group Add 61 heart juice. I think I click you, right? And then you just consume him. It's fine. Select one group plus 20. Fuck. This is kind of bad, right? These are all mutations. Select one group of monsters. If they're not Amberons, mutate them into an Amberon. Randomly mutate up to 3. That's pretty bad too. 50% chance to mutate. I think this one's best. And I do it on the least, like, gambly one. I mean, I could gamble. Like, we're not winning yet. I'm gambling on you. Kablam. He transformed. We lost. This game's shit. Uninstalling. This is a 500k still, though. Hello, Alkaizer. In chat. I'm gonna make a rule. I'm not going to bed until I have at least... What do you think? 4k FE? 5k? Something like that. 4 or 5k FE. I'm gonna grind it till this then. 40k, yeah. Let me get that in 8-1 real quick here. Do most people like this league mechanic? I feel like a lot of people probably do, but I can see why some people would really get annoyed because they feel like they don't understand that there's too much reading and combos. Or just accept the fact that you can just click pest stuff. Yeah, I think this league mechanic's pretty good. I bet it feels pretty crazy in like deep space and shit. I have no pets, so I'm not doing it. I mean, I'm sure like other just like full in like other strats are just much better still, right? I don't know what people are doing though. What was like Marty Poe doing? Some Marty Poe strat. I'm cube main no matter what. Grandmaster's Hands. I don't know what that item is. Probably shit though. Boom. 1 FE? Hell yeah, I love 1 FE. You're thy Corgo dog. He's also the baby dog. Level 1 pet is good value. I don't know. The flow of the game feels fun. It's like this is, I think this mapping flow is probably the most fun it's felt for me. I like Canvas. That was the first league I ever did when I did it, but my problem with Canvas was, like, while it was fun, it did kind of break the flow of the game because it takes so long. Like, you set up the board and then actually running the thing takes a while too. Maybe it's not that different than this one though. I feel like this one is a little bit better than the Canvas one. But I did like when I played that league. I just don't actually ever do that mechanic. Maybe Canvas is good for my build, though, actually. Like, Cube plus... Doesn't Cube plus Canvas kind of make some sense? I'm not sure. Maybe it doesn't. I feel like it kind of does, though, maybe. Does it? I don't know how rewarding Canvas is. Like, maybe that's a good mechanic to stack with it. Specking into Canvas is pointless if you ever run canvas. You just buy paper. Oh, let's see. That's kind of weird. Yo, what is all this FE? Again, one more. Not two more, we're just one more. Motherfucker beach style, I tell you. Pause the game to type Alk. Oh, low L. No low L. This blue bar is emote. They call them C-dubs, you know what I mean? How much juice do I get per run? I'm not sure, like 200 max maybe, unless there's like a lot of crystal stuff or like some giga thing, procs or something. Probably like 200. Max a map. This map's 140, right? That's... I think it's not that much. What did I win? What is that? I got, until I run propane. That looks really bad, dude. What is that? Alright, I'm only duping this one time. Every time, dude. Why do I even talk? When I say something, they just take my juice instantly. I don't think that one was that good. It's just paralyzed. To be fair, I don't even run paralyzed right now. Maybe I should. Like, what are these? Like, I bet my pets are kind of bad. Like, what does this pet do? This one has minus damage taken. That's pretty good. Now that one's pretty good for me. 4% elemental damage for attack skills. This one's good for me too, though. Oh. Gain 1 stack for every 2% mana consumed. Do I even get these stacks at all? Like, I don't even, like, where's my mana? Where's the Valkyrie buff? No, I do. It's because the way my, no, I get them. It's because my skill does, like, I consume just because my class. I consume just because my class, honestly. Yeah, it's fine, honestly. I could use the Paralyzed Girl, too. I don't know if she's better mathematically, but this is fine. I spent another 50 and got a little... I don't even know. It's nice that I have like a handful of like high level things now. Like I don't have a ton, but like I don't really need... I haven't had the urge to swipe this entire league other than the like initial like league pet that I swiped for. Which I didn't have to swipe for it because I had like 50k coins. I don't even know where they came from, I'm not gonna lie. Just materialized 50k coins into my account. I don't know where that came from, just saying. On the floor, 1, 2, 3, 4. You better watch out for Growly Boar. When Growly Boar got down on the floor, he was shaking his ass. He's ready for more. You better watch out for the creature that we know from called motherfucking god. That most stupid. That's some motherfucking Growly bow 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 bow. If you have any trigger skills that hit, do any of my trigger skills hit? Mana Boil, Electrocute. No, I don't think any of these hit, right? They're just buffs and debuffs. You have to sleep? If you want to go to sleep, man. Trust. I'm dead to this. Oh, nice regain. Caught up. No, go sleep. Just go sleep. Trust. Sleep good. +1 wedge. Wait. Bug. Wait. Still bug. Wait. Holy motherfuck, this thing is proccing like a motherfucker, but it's not giving me anything good. Yeah, fuck you too, dickhead. As an old motherfucker, I can tell you, like, sleep is, like, the most important thing. I genuinely feel like that. Like, when it's time to sleep, sleep. You get as much as you can. You need to be born. You need to be born, Diani. Yanni, did I introduce you to Kogo? Do you know Kogo? You know Kogo? His name's Kogo. Let me introduce you to Kogo. This is Kogo. He's hanging out with us today. It's Kogo. Say hello to Kogo. Doesn't he look friendly? It's Kogo. Yo, what up, Kogo? You hanging out with us? Oh, yeah. Cargo says retarded brother. Kogo. No, he's Kogo. He's baby. How Kogo? What if that was the stream thumbnail? I would click that stream. I like never browse Twitch. I didn't even get to see what the fuck's going on. It's been a while since I like browsed Twitch. I couldn't tell you the last time I did it. Maybe when I was playing PUBG and I didn't know who like played that game. That was like a year ago. Onslaught of Skull Crusher. Yo, what up? Is that X-Jum? X-Jum. Everybody calls you Gum. I'm never gonna like I only know you as X-Jum. It's X-Jum. You make $1 million off your game? I have no idea. I don't play those games anymore. You owning? Wow, the Taco Bell you could ever eat. Bump, da bump, da bump. Look, you guys, some people in my chat were telling me about your game. They're like, have you heard of Dread Mist? No, it's non-profit. Unlucky. You gotta make your money when it's time to make your money. It's just, you know... Unless you don't care about money, which then I guess you don't care about money. I made $1 million in Llama's game and threw it at a boss. I don't know what that means, but sick. I don't know why. I think I noticed this. What happened to that guy? I used to have Mexorcist on my Steam. He removed me at some point. I don't know why or when. It had to have been like kind of recent, maybe within like a couple of years. I don't know where the fuck that guy went. Maybe he name changed. I don't know. I have a bunch of people on Steam. That's why he's Kogo. Now? Dude, this is it. We're back. No hesitation, go. Fuck you. This game's shit. Uninstalling. Playing Diablo. What is the chance to get the Desire Course? I feel like I get way, way, way more. Or am I cooked? Like, it's like more than twice as much. I don't know what the, like, I don't read the numbers in this game, like, when they change per patch. But it definitely feels like twice as more, like twice as much. You're lucky as fuck I never see them? Really? I get them all the time. Raleigh boy. Abandon surgery, start new surgery. I got a card for it. 2 bone constructs to start. Do I do this? When you have at least 2 bone constructs plus 180 quantity to 1 random monster each time you remove a monster. When removing a monster that is not a bone construct. Alright, we're playing Bone Construct build, and it's gonna be shit. Watch this. So, what it wants me to do is spam remove shit. Wait, I have a Giga Agitito right here, though. Fuck you. Select one group of monsters and remove the monsters to their left. Fuck. I have no pests. Dude, these all suck. We already lost again. Select one group of monsters and remove them and add 2 monsters of random archetypes. Go. Okay, I got constructs again. Select one group of monsters and remove them. 1 to 2 groups of monsters and remove them. So I can remove both of you to proc this. Right? Select 1 to 2 groups of monsters and fuse them into a pest. Which counts as removing, right? Monsters. I don't know if that's working properly. I hope so. When you have 3 magic monsters, which I actually do. Sure. Select one group of monsters. Plus 41 additional quantity to bone sentries and remove the monster to their right. That's pretty bad. I don't want to remove that big guy. Plus 32 quant to 4 random groups of monsters, each with a different rarity. That only hits 2 mobs. When you have 3 groups of magic monsters, this one's shit, dude. Select 1 group of monsters and plus 154 their quant and remove 2 groups of monsters from different archetypes. Select 1 group of monsters and remove the monster to their left. Oh, I can remove these 2, right? Okay, a little bit of ramp. Select 1 group of monster and remove them. These all suck. Plus 41 activity to 1 random monster group. If they're Agititos, they become a rare monster. Remove 1 monster of a different archetype. I think this is... Nah, this is kind of bad. I don't want to click that. I think it's fine, whatever. I need to keep these, like, 3 magic monsters. Plus 40 quantity to a random group of monsters if they are bone constructs. Huh. That could be bad. Select 1 group of monsters to awaken, mutate into an Agitito, and awaken them into a magic Agitito. Whatever. This run's gonna be pretty bad, I think. Too much mutation. Mutate, mutate, mutate. Always mutate. Maybe something in here. Select 1 group of monsters plus 1 quantity and remove 1 group of monsters of a different archetype. That's fine, I think, at this point. Whatever. This one's gonna be pretty bad. Only 1 monster is really benefiting. Zerion. Zerion. That's right. Are focus buffs, they're not considered auras, right? For like lone walkers, correct? Like they have to be the big auras. Like there are some small auras though, like the movement speed one, right? I kind of want to try and get those boots, but they're kind of expensive without farming in like profane or deep space. Just see how I feel. I'm dead. Thanks to Kogo. I'm liking the patch a lot. I think this is the most fun season I've done that I've played. I think the season mechanic's pretty good. It's like interesting, and then it feels rewarding still. maybe I like the very first league I played more, but I mean, that's like, you know, hard to judge because it was the very first league I ever played. I think this mechanic's pretty good. Fuck, I'm out of juice here. I still did everything in the Overrealm League. But I think that's probably been my least favorite mechanic, I think. Or the Arcana one. I'm not sure. But I've only played like 4 leagues, so... What was the league mechanic that came out with Rosa2 when she was released? I don't remember. That was the train beep beep, right? That mechanic's fine. This fucking pathing blocking, love it. Beep beep, I am a Jeep. Now? Apparently never. You guys ready to play some Undead Warcraft 3 login? One ultimate ember will drop at the end of the map. I don't even think that's worth. Like, whoop-de-fucking do. I'd rather just get this extra cube juice. Like, one ultimate ember. Hooray, wow. Yeah, the carjack mechanic did get better as they patched and stuff, added more stuff. Like the league after, like, kind of made the mechanic mechanically better, more enjoyable. Coco evil Dogadeth. Do 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 do. Hey lad, OD fullback. Hello, can you hear me? What? Hello, can you hear me? Rewards are tripled, but yeah, well, 0 times 3 is 0. It's like an invisible monster, the fuck. Yeah, my game's only crashed like once or twice this stream. I don't know. It's crashing like a fuckload day one. Don't know why. do. Oh, I'm old as fuck. Now? No, maybe later. How long to finish the campaign? Probably if you're first time playing, maybe like 4 or 5 hours, but if you're fast, like 1 and 2. It's like the fastest campaign of any action RPG for sure. For like no doubt. But it'll feel slow if you play slow and do stuff slow as you're like learning and menuing and learning like what the keybinds are and all that kind of stuff. Learning the menus and where to move your skills and level up shit. It'll take a lot of time doing that stuff. But once you learn to do that stuff fast, it gets a lot faster and you just kill monsters. Kill monsters, menu super fast, you know. Yeah, but what about Kogo? Kirby? I actually bought and owned the Game Boy Kirby back in, I don't know what year that was, like 94? Was that the first Kirby ever? Because I used to play the shit out of that on my Game Boy. It was like one of the first games I had on the Game Boy. I think that's the original, right? It had like 4 or 5 levels, I think. The first boss was a tree, I remember that. And then the second level was like a castle, like a mazy castle with a bunch of doors. And then there was like a cloud boss. I remember the game pretty well. I used to play the shit out of it. And then the final boss was that King Duckman guy, right? King DN? Yeah, King D is nuts. I don't think I've played Smash Brothers ever. I'm not a N64 gamer. Or whatever. I think it was N64, right? The first version. Kirby music? I haven't heard that in like forever. It's funny. You just instantly remember it. Fucking Game Boy had some fucking music, dude. On that little fucking box. Do 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 do. Oh, I had one of these. I need to sell it. Isn't that a min level one? Or min roll? No, not quite. 7FE dude, log in. The original Tetris? Yeah, I had that on Game Boy. No, that's Nintendo, right? I had the Dr. Mario on the Game Boy. I've played the original Tetris. I don't think we owned it, though. I don't really remember on regular Nintendo. Yeah, I don't think I had Tetris on Game Boy. I had the Dr. Mario one, which is kind of like a Tetris thing. That game was like kind of sick, though. The Dr. Mario game. Like, actually a pretty good game. Those old Final Fantasy games on the Game Boy were sick, though. All of them. It'd be like power goes out, because that happened a bunch in the 90s, and it's like, dude, guess what? I'm playing Game Boy. Time to load up fucking Final Fantasy Adventure, dude, and play through the entire game. Here we go. Hopefully the power is back before I beat the game. Bomberman games? Yeah, I played the very first one on the Nintendo. I don't remember what other Bomberman games I've played. I played the Flash game that was like on some fucking like Flash website. I'm used to playing that with some bros, but I don't know if I've played any of the other later Bombermans, like any Super Nintendo ones or anything. I don't think I did. The Secret of Mana one? Yeah, I was like... Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. It's like... I don't see it though. Final Fantasy... Oh, I took the wrong thing. Adventure. Fucking 8-bit music, dude. Log in. This is Game Boy, dude. Fucking that shit's blaring in your ears, dude. I had the big gray box, dude. I didn't have like the mini one, like the original Game Boy. They all sound like this, every fucking Game Boy song. Oh, it's not anymore. It's like killing my ears. Pokemon? Yeah, Pokemon's like you know what I mean? Kogo is a truly evil baby dog. Magnify glass thing? I don't know what you're asking or talking about. Kogo? Game Boy was sick, man, because it was like it was a good quality like thing you could take with you and play games on. That was like not a thing back then, and it was like pretty good for it too, right? Unless you wanted to play like, I remember like the Mega Man one I had. I don't know what you call it. It's kind of like it's like a little handheld thing, kind of like a Game Boy, but it only has one game. It's Mega Man, and it's just like 3 different frames essentially. And you like press the button to shoot and shit like that. Anybody know what I'm talking about? I don't know what they were called. It's almost like a fucking... It's so fucking garbage. That was like what we had otherwise, if you didn't have a Game Boy. I don't know what those things are called though. This? Oh no, I didn't have the Game Boy flashlight. Not like that, no. These bosses, if I have any. Reminds me of my asshole long ago. Yeah, like Tiger handheld things. There are a bunch of different like versions for different like whatever games. We're dead. Bug. Big Nose, what do I do to help ASAP? If Big Nose was here, what would he tell me the strat would be to win? Wait, my game crashed. Oh, crash number 3 of the day. Arion, Vendetta Sting in town. Kogo, The Awakening. Lord of the Rings game? I think I've only played one Lord of the Rings game, and it was like a 93 DOS game, and it was really bad. But like all DOS games back then were almost all of them were really bad, so. What the fuck is that? That just looks weird. Yeah, I think that's the only Lord of the Rings game I ever played. I like the movies. I like the books. I like the 70s Lord of the Rings stuff even. Like, for back then, that was cool. Like the movies. The only Lord of the Rings stuff that I've ever run into that I don't, like, I genuinely don't like is the fucking Hobbit trilogy. Because I grew up watching the 70s, like, the 70s Hobbit movie. It's like a 1-hour movie, animated. I think it's like about an hour long, and it's just like a happy, like, movie. Like a lighthearted, happy movie with a bunch of songs to sing along with. But like they tried to make it like into like some epic movie with the Hobbit or something, some stupid shit, retarded. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Like Hobbit isn't supposed to be like serious. It's like a kind of lighthearted thing. Not about the epicness of Sauron or whatever they're trying to do. Wait, did my 75 pedigree sell? Finally? Yeah, I know it was made for them to like try and milk as much money out of it. I watched the first of the trilogy movie in theaters. And I was like laughing. Not because it was like a joke in the movie. I was laughing because of how ridiculously, like, there's no way this is that dumb. Like, Legolas like jumps out and he starts like shooting his bow, and for some reason he has a different personality than he does in Lord of the Rings. He's like angry and he's all like I'm serious and mad. It's like, that's not, think about how they portrayed Legolas in like the Lord of the Rings movies. And then you go to that same actor and everything, right? Like, why is he angry now? Why is he so serious? Like, it's literally the opposite, if anything, what he should be. And he's not even supposed to be in that movie anyway, in the first fucking place, you know what I mean? Like, why is he there? Why is Thorin a foot taller than all the other dwarves, and he doesn't look like a deformed guy, like a dwarf does, right? Like, why does he have, like, a normal nose and shit, and, like, why does he look like a normal human, essentially? So why is he a foot taller than all the other dwarves? Like, come on. This is stupid. And why is he, like, doesn't he, like, hit on some elf girl? Like, there's, like, an elf romance with him or something? Or some stupid made-up shit that's not even in the books? I don't even remember the movies. I'd seen all three. I pretty much blocked it out. Like, what even happens in those movies? Because it was so dumb. I think they did a good job with the like those are good movies. The original Lord of the Rings, the ones from like the year 2000 or whatever. Those three movies are all good. There's nothing to really hate. Yeah, you could criticize a little bit here and there, but they're really well made, I think. Oh, it's time. Pest build. Select the thing, do that. Select one group of monster, mutate them into a pest. And add a pest. Bleed build. I got a Gigapest. At the end of the round, fuse 2 random monsters into Agitatos. When adding a monster... Whatever. Select one group of monsters, fuse them into a new group of pests. What a big nose. What a big nose. Is this worth it to do this? Well, I want to add monsters first, ideally. Let me add some pests. Select one group of monsters, mutate them into a pest, and add another pest. Okay, that's you. Boom. When you have at least 3 pests, add a pest. That's good. I like that. Plus 25 quantity to one random monster. Proc, maybe? I don't know, let's doing the bang boo bounce shit here. Let's see here. Select a monster and mutate the monster to the right into identical copy. Boom. Sick. A little bit of juice. I mean, stage 4 or round 4. This looks pretty good setup, honestly. Awaken into 1 tier or higher. I mean, that's useful. Ramping. These are all bad, right? Select 1 to 2, remove. This looks bad. Random archetype adding. This heart one's probably decent to use. Select one group of monsters, add 61 juice, and kill the monster to their left. I guess. You give me a rare one anyway, it's not bad. Plus 32 quantity to 4 random group monsters with a different rarity. I have 1 of each anyway. Or I could add 150 quantity straight up to a big one. That's probably smarter. Which would be you. Ramping. Same thing here. 127. Oh, this guy's a higher multiplier. I should do him. Quick maths. Still ramping. Select one group of monsters plus 61. Kill the monster. Select one group of monsters. Mutate them into a pest and add one group of monsters of the same name. That one's pretty good, this one, for this. Yeah, this is a pretty big one. I don't know if it's going to be Giga. Is this fuse thing really good? I don't even know how it exactly works. Like, do I want to fuse these two together? Or is it a bad idea? Like, how does the fuse thing work? Fuse your best two always? I mean, technically, this one's my best. Fuse your best two always. Alright, I'll trust you. Let's see. So this is effectively, like, just under 500k. Now what is it? Okay, now it's, like, yeah, that's retarded. That was like 1 million. We won. Bonus. Thanks, dude, for the gifted subs. If you have 2 big chunkers, fuse them. Yeah, that's over 1 million. Time to get 10 FE from this. Gorgos is an evil dog of death and damnation. Gorgos is an evil dog of death and damnation. The Legend of Korgos and Kogo. Put her foot in your mouth. Put her foot in your mouth.
Meek
Put
creature!
her foot in your mouth.
Meek creature!
Big who knows, it's big who knows. What are people playing these like right now in general? I have no idea. Like, people are probably kind of winding down off PoE2 already, right? Just everybody's probably going to be bored for like a good full month plus. Epic. Not D4, true. I don't even know what Warframe is. His name is Kogo. Big loot. On the scoop. We're doing yellow maps and PoE1. Holy moly. Okay, alright, this is my Giga one. They dropped me Grandmaster's hands again. The item sucks, dude. We lost. Bug. Permaban. Resolution steps. Apathy's hungry. Gnome mastery. B-U-R-B. I am bird for you. Any.
Anything for a sip! Anything for a sip! Ah! You feel me on that one? Atsiri, atsiri, aboba, aboba. Atsiri, atsiri, aboba, aboba. They call me Farmer Fucker. I thought you said brown driver. I was scared. Name the name, name the name, 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 the name, 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 the name, the name, name, the name, the name, the name, the name, name the name. Remember the olden days when you were a little baby expert too, and you're like, I'm gonna watch Alkaizer. Let me put my backpack down. Oh shit, he's ahead of the progress bar. He could win. Let me get my juice satchel and my Lunchables. My juice satchel. How's you, man? I'm not gonna do my homework right now. I'll do it later. Juice satchel, man. What happens when you confirm your two-ness, you know? Now. These all suck. This one's okay. You never did the homework? I skipped half of my finals senior year because I knew I would technically still pass even if I got a 0 on them. So I just skipped half of my finals. Like, yeah, I got a D. You know, I would have had a B or whatever, but, you know, I don't care. Like, I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I'm leaving. I'm not going back there. Fuck you guys. Akadi's Vision. That's the Gerber mask. Present thy given name, Bart. When do we strike? Oh no. Wait, is this a good one? +1 spell skill level. Looks okay, honestly. No, it's got int too. Maybe I can get like 50 for these? I'll do 45, that sounds good. Little Jeej. Oh, look, it's Turtler! My poop is making me throw up! That's you, Turtler. You
to be a turtler man when you get the turtler plan. Turtler, he's making brown. Turtler, he's turning upside down. You doing your Missville runs, Turtler? You gaming, dude? Missville style? Hell yeah. He loves Missville. Missville main Turtler. You heard me, boy. Death's Touch? Does that have like multiple random mods or something? Kogo returns. Your big nose man, dude. Now. Well, that's kind of good, actually. Of course, I won't give it to me, though. A true classic. Oh shit, League Mechanic time? We got a bunch of dumb shit. We're doing it. Pest build time again. I need a pest though. Mutate them into random monsters. Yeah, but they need to become pests. Okay, fuse these into pests. Boom, that's a pest. Chance to add more pests. It procced. More pests. Ramping pest. Plus juice for every pest you have. Ramping pest. At the end of the round, plus 15. When you have 3 groups of normal, I have that. This is kind of shit. Cause that kills. No, I have a normal right there at the start, right? Is this even good though to do this? Well, no, I'll do it anyway. Yeah. At the end of the round with heart juice. When adding a monster, that's bad. Yeah, max pet for this. Normal monsters give juice. Maybe something else here. High quant equals that. They're getting quant from a bunch of shit, so this will eventually trigger anyway. Select one group of mobs, and they suck at this. This is kind of shit. We lost. They tricked me. Select 1 to 2 groups of monsters, plus 52 to their quant, and mutate them. Does it keep their monster type on that, or did it just RNG monster type? I thought it changes the monster type too. Like, if I use this, the mutate means it changes the type too, right? Yeah. Wait, I ran out of white mobs. That's really bad. I fucked up. I need a white mob back. Fuck this guy. Give me a white mob. Thank you. And it's a pass. That's good. So my shit procs. Because I need this thing to play through. Select one group of monsters, remove them. I don't really have anything to do here other than kill you, I guess. This one's gonna be like a giga shit run, I'm pretty sure. We lost. Select one group of monsters, add juice, but remove the monster to their left. Wish they could have made them like higher rarity tier. I can still run this one. It'll be like 500k or so. $660 is not even that bad. Is Erica 3 gear like super expensive because she's like the new character? Like giga pricey? There's like a zillion different builds, so it's spread out. That's probably good then. Gemma 2 is the most played? Is that Frost build or something? Yeah. I don't even know what Tangle does. Not gonna lie. I've literally no idea. Oh, brands? I see, yeah. I think I remember that. That's why I'm playing My Name's Ploop in all caps. I mean, you guys just typed in chat like 4 different things, like different things that are like things that are supposedly OP and crazy, so it's probably a good thing, right? Everything's OP, everything's crazy. Corgo and his evil version, Kogo. Huge loot. That's not huge loot. Huge loot here, maybe? That is not huge loot either. That's what we call a big nose butt fuck. What is Turd Twister playing? Is he Rahaning? A Turd Mancer, holy moly. He has life, man. Be fucking warned. He had some cooked ass fucking stream titles recently. Have you read some of them? I don't know if his stream titles are still cooked. Uralibor is on my floor. He is clearly ready for mow. Walter vibe is coming for you, dude. Bum 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 bum. Kogo is evil. Kogo. The evil dog. When do we strike now? Watering plants is going to be a meta build next league. Think about that. It is what it is. Water plants. Do 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 do. Kogo. Is there anything bad that's going to come from the PoE 1 league into the next league? I don't think so, right? This league was pretty good, I still think. I wonder if they'll leave the tree crafting in so that we don't have to use fucking, like, recombo plus, like, Danig or whatever all the time. The breach thing, tower defense waves. I don't mind that. Yeah, King's March is the worst part of Path of Exile 1 now. Like, actually, just fucking nuke that shit. Just fucking blow up King's March. Just hit the nuke on it. It's so bad. I fucking knew it, dude. As soon as they said King's March is going core, I knew that would be like... It's not gonna be fun to do that shit every league. Actually, I got 0 apothecaries from King's March this league. I mean, I had 3 Mage Bloods, but still. Fucking mappers, dude. Your mapper died again. Unlucky. You went to bed and then your mapper died immediately, so it turned off all your maps, and then you wake up. You know what I mean? Like, there's so much dumb shit, dude. You loaded up all your map devices with a lot of gold right before you went to bed, and then the first map, your mapper died. Like, when you went to bed. Unlucky. Turned off all your mappers. Or Susan invades your mappers when you're sleeping. Turns off all your shit. Shit, man, unluck. That guy is really strong. I don't know what he is, but he's a butt fucking asshole. I don't know what that mob type is. Quinonian, thanks dude for the 18. What's up, man? You gaming? Wait a second, it's Terraria time. Oh, everybody get down on the flow. Let me tell you about the creature called the Gralibo. What is a Tranquil Star? Seems like a terrible item. And it is. You could be a blue. I'm down to play some Terraria. I started to like kind of get into the groove of it, but might not be the next game I play. But I am down to play some. We got a what is this build called? Pest build. Wait, what is this? Chance to give a bunch of pests. Do it. Fuck, it didn't proc. This game's shit. Uninstalling. Select 1 to 2 groups of monsters and mutate them. You think they'll become pests? Either one of these? Probably not. I'm doing it anyway. Boom. We lost. No pest. Fuck, I picked the wrong monster type. Dude, I'm getting trolled as fuck. We lost. This is like giga dog shit. Like, I have 3,000 juice. I'm wave like 18. What is this? All monsters mutate into Oberons. Dude, what is this? This is so bad. Like, this is a dock leave run. Give you a dock leave. Little bit of ramp. 275s. Doesn't this give that juice? Takes a while for it to get up to 275 though. La-di-da-di-da. It's like one group of monsters plus 31 hearts to the same rarity. I mean, it's kind of ramping now, but it's a little too late, I think. Fuse them into a group of pests. Alright, prove it. You're big, and then... You're pretty big. Boom. It's a normal rarity one though, that kind of sucks. I blame Kogo. I'm door dashing? Hell yeah. Is that you farming this game? DoorDash? I mean, it's still almost 500k, right? It's like, okay. Kogo. No lasers. Kind of nice, honestly, for a change. Do, 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 do. Ba-dum, ba-bum. Do, decent. Bam, bam, bam. And give me another high tier you need from this. It's been a while. I don't think I've gotten one today from the mechanic. This ain't good. We lost. Holy shit. I haven't really made my character any stronger, right? So there's no reason to get like tax vouchers or anything. Because I'm not pumping up my character right now. Ba-da-bum. Just farming to buy bigger stuff. I don't know what I want to buy first. If I actually like save up to buy Lone Walkers, or buy like a Shadow Quant, level 100 priceless weapon. Something that like carries on to the next setup when I respec. I don't use hardly any compasses. Just like what is lying around. I don't think it's worth it to like Giga Compass stack. Maybe it is. Like the ones that are like anything like 3 FE or cheap are probably like fine, but not until Profound. Profound, that's definitely worth it to use stuff, but you also need a stronger character to like fully compass up your Profound, right? Even if you can clear Profound. Adding all the juice makes it a lot harder. Oh shit, Desire Core, time to poop this one. Let's fucking go. I need some maps. Let me tell you guys something. Kogo is evil dog. Kogo will consume the world. Kogo is truly evil. Kogo will destroy mankind. Kogo. Let me tell you guys something.
Big booty Latina.
I'm playing PoE 2 right now, big booty. You gaming, dude? Eating Taco Bell. Have my stream open. Killing monsters in PoE 2. Big booty style. Is that what we're talking? Something like that. Something like that. Yeah, something like that. Because I can, nobody can stop me. Watch this. 5 of these. And they're all gonna be shit. It's cold res one. Yeah, they actually are all shit. That one could have been good. Did that one that I listed for like 200 ever sell? I don't think so, right? We'll lower it. 150, confirm. Holy moly. I'll Flame Sand log in. I have no idea how many resonance things I have. I probably should buy some when I see them. So I imagine I run out. And I have to buy them. But this mechanic is pretty good for giving you all your resonance sustain. Like at least when I see good deals, I should buy them. Gravel. King's Boon. People use these. I think it's not worth anything, right? King's Boon. King's Boon. Price check 2 FE. 4. That's not worth that price ever. I know this guy named Big Booty. You heard me right. Guy named Big Booty. Oh, your big booty. What can you trade on this guy for? He can give you like crafting FE. 56 crafting FE login. I'm not gonna worry about that. It's kind of nice to free my inventory though. That stupid dust shit. Flame sand shit. What is this mail thing? Vorax overflow. Whatever, I don't care. I'm gonna be honest, I don't care. I know you are a big booty, and I know you also are a Latina furries. You are big booty, Latina furries. Does Tekken 8 have the best music of all the Tekken games? I feel like it probably does. Tekken 6. Might have something to do with the 2 sign though, you know? Ult Ultimate Ember, World of Warcraft. Fuck you, World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft swap. Best base G, Bart was timed out for 8,000 seconds. Hell yeah. That's how we do it, Bart, you know what I mean? Bump, bump. You can still read chat. He's just like, ah, well, I don't want to type anyway. Or maybe he's actually sitting there Poro sad, but wait, that emote got deleted, so I guess he can't be Poro sad either. Bump, bump. Someone's buy my maps, dude. Don't buy my maps, Sunny Junes. Can you sell me more than like one at a time? That'd be cool. Just roll over productive dumb because it's stupid and dumb. Bump, 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 dump, dump. One flow, 1, 2, 3, bow. Everybody watch out, bow. Whenever bow got down on the bow, he was shaking his ass because he was ready for Mo. What is that? 20 FE, login huge. Huge login. Going to add Poro sad. Alright, fine. Add emotes, Poro sad, confirm. Happy? Why they remove it? Fuckers. Who needs Twitch when you got, like... Who needs Twitch emotes when you just use 7TV anyway? Bart, do you see it? Do you think you can see all the Poro sads in chat? And on Earth, the 2 sign. Beastie Lord. Abandon surgery. Start new surgery. We got some dog shit, and we got a pest thing to start. Pest build! Fuck! We got the Giga Awakener, though. Should I do it? Alright, maybe. It's gonna be bad, but maybe. Add 1 pest. Add 1 pest. Can you add more than 1 at a time? Select 1 group of monsters. Select 1 to 2 groups of monsters. Add 4 random groups of monsters. Delete both of these and hope they give me a pest. We got... Yeah, it gave me 2 pests and 1's legendary. Huge. When adding a monster at the end of every 3 rounds. The fuse is weird here. When you have normal, magic, and elite, which I already do, add 20 to everything. Seems good. Awaken a thing, though. Fuck. That's fine, actually. You get awakened. Enjoy. Huge procs. When you have at least 3 normals, which is happening at the end of the round, plus 30 to all things with hearts over 255. I already have 1 over 255, sure. Mutate the monster identical. works. Can't tell if this one's gonna be good yet. Remove different monster types. This guy might poof. He'll poof if I click that. Do I want to click it? I think I probably should. I'd rather fuse him into a pest, but... Kablam. He ate him, dude. Is what it is. Select one monster. And move the monster to the right to an identical. It's fine. Select one monster group and heart juice. This guy hitting that tier of heart juice would be nice, right? Yeah, it would help. I probably should do that. Of the same rarity, that doesn't work. This one's not guaranteed though. Select one group of monsters and then two groups of the same archetype. I need this guy to get the heart juice. He got it. We won. Right, he needed 250. 255, he has 256. Kablam. Still ramping? Yeah, this one's going to be pretty big, I think. I don't know if it would be big enough, but it should be pretty decent. How much am I getting per turn? 100k? It's not like Giga. I don't think I hit the breakpoint. Fuck! Wait, I do. Yeah, I hit it. We got 1 million. Bart, we won. High five up top. Bart, we hit 1 million. Yeah, true. Is it mirror or is everything laggy as fuck today? That's just what happens when you eat McDonald's for breakfast. That's like an after effect. What did you eat for breakfast, Madsen? No lie. Tell the truth. Like, what did you eat today? Kung Pao? What the fuck? That's even worse, probably. There's no way you're real, human. For breakfast? Zerion. Wait, I've already got my... I got a rainbow reward. It's gonna be shit. The best thing you can do for yourself, Madsen, is don't eat for like 2 days straight and just drink water. Your body will like do its best to fix all the bullshit you've done. What the fuck is wrong with Kung Pao? Isn't it Kung... I don't even know what Kung Pao chicken is. It's probably like Giga sugary sauce. Is that right? And fried to fuck chicken? I don't even know. I don't eat that shit, son. I've never ate Kung Pao chicken. I don't think in my life ever. Yeah, nothing proc, dude. The fuck. I was actually worse when I did eat any amount of Americanized Chinese food. I don't eat any of that. I don't even like it anymore, but my thing was General Tso's chicken, but that shit's fucking way... That shit's, I'm pretty sure it's way worse than Kung Pao, honestly. Don't eat that one. That one's even worse. Cube nodes, yeah, like literally every single one clicked. For now. Farm Cube without the pads? I don't even think Cube is that good, period. I just do it because I like doing it. But I don't have that much of a frame of preference. Like, I'm pretty sure that's part of the reason they kind of, like, reworked some of the Cube stuff, just to try and make it a little better. It can be good, but I don't think it's that good. I think it's probably one of the worst mechanics to do mid-game, which is what I would consider where I'm at, is, like, mid-game. Just spiky, weird RNG of, like, making money instead of a consistent flow. Well, I don't have that much of a frame of reference, like I said. No idea. I just do it. RNG on RNG on RNG, the video game? Hell yeah. Don't worry, I just had a rainbow one of over 1 million, and I think I got like maybe 30 FE out of the total thing. Dun, 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 dun. Is it even a real one? It's pretty bad. Like slates, like Giga Rare slates, Giga Rare corners, like Moth, and like Space Rift stuff. There's like a lot of really like high-end Giga stuff you can potentially hit, but like I've done Cube 3 leagues in a row now, and I've hit 0 Space Rifts, 0 Moths from cubing. I have hit some like 1,000 plus, multiple 1,000 plus FE, like corners and stuff, but it's still pretty rare. And then Divinity packs, obviously, or whatever the fuck they're called. Is that what they're called? Divinity packs? I don't know what they're called. Sustain, I just use regain life leech essentially for energy shield. The two most valuable items I've gotten this league were both like 800-ish FE, and they have nothing to do with any of the league mechanics I'm juicing actually, just kind of RNG lucky. I guess to be fair, one did drop from the league mechanic, which kind of, you know, I have a level 6 pet for, but that wasn't from Cube or anything. It's called like energy regain or life regain, depending on what kind of assist thing you're trying to get. On the blue and do the revo, you better lo and behold, to be dealing with the motherfucking god, stupid ass motherfucking Grollybob, and Grollybob got down on the flow. He was shaking his ass because he was ready for mode. Better what the bold that thing got the Grollybob. Oh no! Oh no. This is it. Oh shit, triple juicer. Alright, just one dupe. Fuck you! I wasn't even being greedy. That's a perma. Do-do-do. 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 Do-do-do-do. Chest map? Yo, give me another convergence. TY killer. And don't be min rolled, and don't double cropped into the worst possible hit. Thanks in advance. Beep beep, I am a Jeep. I'm actually getting pretty tired. Might be snooze reset soon. Soon. Yeah, that's what I'll play eventually when I get the gear. Mana Stack takes a lot of gear to like transition well, I think. Maybe you can do it a lot sooner though, honestly. I'm gonna do one big chunk again, I think. And Corgo's evil dog, what? Evil Corgo dog, oh no. You feel me? What's happening in the game, honestly? Oh no. Kogo is that evil dog. He is the evil dog. Something at Giga? Now. This is it. Desire Core. But not times 3. Desire Core. Wait, that's a wedge? Wedge plus core? That's a 2-click. Fuck you! What the hell? Do you understand what's happening, Bart? It's bullshit, man. Stop eating my Desire Cores. Oh fuck. You lost. Yeah, that is correct. True. He is correct. Ramping? Oops. We had a 1 million hit. I'm hitting 1 million twice in a row. This is the time? Judging from what I see, this is not the time. This looks fucking dog shit. I guess I have this guy I could play off of. But that's not fucking, like, stupid. I don't like this Amber on one. When you have a rare or boss Agitito +1 +80 activity to one random group of monsters. The rare Agitito one, yeah, it's pretty good. We'll try a different strategy, I guess. So this will proc as long as this guy exists. Select one group of monsters and remove them. Add 4 random monsters. Adding a bunch of random monsters doesn't really do anything for me yet, right? I need like some buffs. And I would rather a big chunky mob anyway. It's like one group of monsters, mutate them into a retard. We lost. Contains. Wait, what is this? Mutate. 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 That are not Agititos. We don't like that. Dude, this is gonna break real fast. Identical copy to the right. Plus 41. 2/1 random group of monsters if they're an Agitito. This is fine. They awaken into. Oh, I don't want it to become a rare though. Just do this, I guess. So like 1 to 2 monsters, mutate them into magic monsters. That's a downgrade. How do I pass my turn? Because I don't like any of these. Awaken. Wait, what is this? This one's pretty good, right? Yeah. Nah, this one's fucked. It's taking too long to ramp. So like one group of monsters, if they are not an Amberon, transform them into an Amberon. Stupid. Remove monsters to their left. I mean, that guy's 460 juice. I kind of want to keep it. Oh shit too. I think I'm taking the 50-50. Like fuck it, this is already garbage. Who needs to kill this guy? At the end of the round, fuse 2 random groups of magic monsters. I don't have magic monsters. When adding a monster. These are all shit, dude. There's too many like dog shit ones. At the end of each round, plus 30 to things with high HP. At the end of the round, for every 3 groups of monsters of the same rarity. That's kind of hard to get. We lost. Mutate into a bone construct. I just wanted to fuse you two. I mean, technically this number is higher, right? Oh wait, I killed my Agitito. My bad. Lol. Could have been a little bit better, like 500k or but whatever. Stupid anyway and dumb, right? Need pest build. Big shit. Get hit. Everybody knows Uncle Bob, you're it. Bug, butt fuck style, dude. What does that even mean, butt fuck style? Sue can't make suit for the 56. What's up, dude? What? Corgo evil baby. I'm dead.
Meek creature! When Erica 3 starts a map she sniffs, just like me sniffing her butthole.
Bug. Permaban everybody now, go. Do. Now. Some FE chunkies. Boom, now again. Now again. Big mechanic good. Gives me money. This side sucked ass. Okay, 20 FE, not bad. Oh, my ass. Okay, I'm gonna try and sleep. I think I'm good enough. We're ramping. I might buy Lone Walkers when I get the money. Or I buy a Claw, I'm not sure. I want the items that transition to my mana stack. To buy those first. These are probably giga expensive. They're like 15k now. It's gonna be a while. Could use Spell Amp. Yeah, 15k. Could always buy them unidentified XD. Deep Pain is a dot, right? We don't want Spell Amp, honestly. Spell Amp's the cheapest, I think. How many different Lone Walker bases are there? 4 or 5? It's 4, right? Just these 4? Oh, there's like none up for sale anyway. I wonder how good this item actually is. It won't be that crazy good for me, but it will be really good when I like get it set up. Or we can buy Claw, which is reset. Shadow Quant on weapons. There, like, nobody was farming priceless items yet. Too early in the league, but there was like 1 up when I looked earlier. Yeah, they're half price of what they were earlier. That mod's not that rare. But I could buy one and start crafting and have a Giga Claw to carry damage. Might be an option. I have the money to buy that, but to craft it all the way through. I mean, it would be really easy to make that into a big upgrade, even with a little bit of FE. I might do it. I'll sleep on it though. I'm peacing out. I'll be back morning-ish time, probably. Hopefully I sleep more than 4 hours.